Head back home, you penniless, unemployed hag. What's the scam with you tagging along on this trip, Gretties? My disappointment in my family was as predictable as ever. Well, I'll give them a taste of their own medicine. While reveling in some solitary moments away from their company, I resolved to take matters into my own hands. Just then, my brother's voice chimed in on the phone. Hey, what's going on, sis? What have you done? My name's Lucy, a 30-year-old office worker, and for the past 3 years, I've been with someone special, Alan. He's a genuine gentleman who not only treats me with kindness but deeply cares for me. We first crossed paths in college. He was my senior, and I often turned to him for advice on work or personal matters. He always listened intently and offered wise counsel. As we transitioned into the working world, we kept in touch, meeting regularly. Then, one day, he confessed his feelings and we embarked on a relationship. Since then, our journey together has been blissful, filled with shared moments and dreams of a future together. Then came the day when Alan popped the question, Lucy, I want to spend the rest of my life by your side. Will you marry me? Yes, we both agreed, and the decision to tie the knot was made. Swiftly, we shared the news with our families. Nice to meet you, I'm Lucy. I introduced myself warmly. Oh, so we finally meet. Alan has talked a lot about you, his mother exclaimed with a smile. You're just as lovely as he described, I replied, feeling the hint of shyness. Don't sell yourself short. Come on in, make yourself at home, she insisted kindly. Thank you, I said gratefully. Alan had lost his father a few years back, leaving only his mother in the family home. I was anxious about meeting her, but she greeted me with open arms. Over tea and snacks, we engaged in a delightful conversation, easing any worries I had about fitting into the family. Lucy, you're truly a remarkable person. I couldn't be happier that you'll be joining Alan as his wife, my mother-in-law to be praised, her kind words catching me off guard and leaving me slightly flustered. I'm eagerly anticipating your wedding. Take care, Mom. Thank you for today, I replied, bidding her farewell. As our meeting concluded on a positive note, a sense of relief washed over me. However, the thought of introducing Alan to my own family immediately dampened my spirits. The truth is, I've never been particularly fond of my own family. The root of this issue stems from the way my parents treated me throughout my childhood. Both of them were star athletes. Mom excelled in track and field, while Dad dominated the soccer field. Their athletic prowess earned them scholarships to college, and naturally, they expected the same level of athletic achievement from their children. Unfortunately, I didn't possess the same athletic talents they did. Despite their efforts to nurture my sporting abilities by enrolling me in various activities like basketball, swimming, table tennis, and even figure skating, I remained average at best. It was evident that my parents were disappointed by my lack of athletic prowess. Then came the arrival of my younger brother Kyle. With aspirations of having a son, my parents eagerly enrolled him in sports as well. It turned out that Kyle had a natural talent for soccer. When the local youth coach praised his abilities, my parents were overjoyed and redirected all their attention towards him. Kyle is truly exceptional. He's something truly special, they would gush, their words implying my inadequacy. It seemed as though it was nothing more than a disappointment in their eyes. They lavished Kyle with attention and neglected me, even as I progressed through middle and high school. While I dedicated myself to my studies and excelled academically, they dismissed my achievements, claiming that academic success held no real value. When I expressed my desire to attend college, they brushed it off, citing financial constraints, so I relied on scholarships to pursue higher education. Meanwhile, Kyle continued to thrive in soccer, earning himself a scholarship to high school. My parents couldn't contain their excitement. He's destined for greatness. We'll do anything for Kyle. Growing up in the shadow of such adoration, Kyle began to look down on me. Lucy, you're such a failure and a curse. Even Mom and Dad can't stand you. If you weren't around, they could invest all their resources in me. You're just dragging us down. Kyle's hurtful words were a regular occurrence, and my parents never intervened to correct him. You truly are a burden. Spending money on you is just a waste, echoed their sentiment, further crushing my already fragile self-esteem. Despite managing to secure admission to a decent college and landing a job at a reputable company, my sense of worth remained battered, perpetually overshadowed by Kyle's accomplishments. He effortlessly earned yet another soccer scholarship for college, and my parents beamed with pride. Meanwhile, I was struggling to make ends meet. burdened by student loan debt. While Kyle continued to bask in the warmth of parental affection, living at home, pursuing his education, and indulging in soccer, the road to professional success proved arduous. Eventually, Kyle's dreams of going pro fizzled out, and he had to settle for a regular job. Yet my parents remained steadfast in their pride, and Kyle continued to enjoy the comforts of home, content in his own bubble. Every Christmas, when our extended family gathered, my parents insisted on my presence. They would introduce me as their disappointing daughter while lavishing praise upon Kyle, their pride and joy. But Lucy is thriving, she has a stable job, relatives would interject. No, Kyle is far more impressive, my parents would dismiss their comments, leaving me disheartened each time. It became a pattern. My family's consistent favoritism towards my brother, their disregard for my achievements. Eventually, I stopped attending these gatherings altogether. I avoided family events and hesitated to introduce my fiancé to them, knowing how they would treat him. Despite being aware of my family's attitude, Alan insisted on a family meeting. So, after years of avoidance, I made the decision to return home. I called my mom to share the news. "What? No, how have you been?" Or "It's been too long." Her response was devoid of warmth or interest, a stark reminder of how little I mattered in their eyes, even after all this time. "It's been years since you reached out. What's the matter now?" My mom's voice came through, devoid of any warmth. Well, I'm getting married, and my fiancé wants to meet the family. Could we arrange that?" I stuttered nervously. "Why bother with all that hassle? Just tie the knot and be done with it." Her response was disappointingly cold. Just as I was processing her words, Kyle's voice cut in. "Mom, who are you talking to?" he inquired. "It's Lucy. She's talking about having a family meeting because she's getting married." "Really? That sounds amusing. I'd love to see who this guy is." "Let's invite them," Kyle chimed in, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Fine, if Kyle insists," my mom relented, her tone lacking enthusiasm. "All right, you can come for the meeting," she added, a hint of obligation in her voice. After overhearing their conversation, I felt a whirlwind of emotions. Despite their lukewarm invitation, I reasoned that they did express some desire to see me. So, on my next day off, I made the decision to visit my family. "Just be prepared for the worst. They might not treat you well," Alan cautioned me. "Yeah, I understand. But from that brief phone call, it sounds like you have quite the family dynamic," I replied, trying to lighten the mood. "This isn't a laughing matter. I've had my fair share of struggles with them," Alan reminded me solemnly. "I insist on meeting your family before we tie the knot. We'll keep it brief, all right?" I urged Alan as we drove to my family home. Upon arriving, we rang the doorbell, but no one answered. Resorting to my key, I let us in. As we entered the living room, I was taken aback to find my family seated on the sofa. What surprised me even more was the presence of an unfamiliar young woman. Deciding to start with a simple greeting, I spoke up. "Hello, everyone. It's been a while. This is my fiancé, Alan. Pleasure to meet you all." I introduced Alan, prompting my family's gaze to shift towards him. Well, I half expected Lucy to bring home some dull, unremarkable fellow, but you seem all right, Kyle remarked crudely, eliciting an awkward chuckle from Alan. "Kyle, who's the woman next to you?" "Your girlfriend." I couldn't hide my irritation at Kyle for bringing an unexpected guest to our pre-planned family gathering. But Kyle's response caught me off guard. "She's my wife, Mia. We've been living here since we got married." He dropped the bombshell casually. "What? Wife?" My eyes widened in disbelief. "You got married?" I was stunned, the news hitting me like a ton of bricks. "Yeah, last year," Kyle confirmed, seemingly unfazed. I was left speechless, grappling with the realization that my own brother had tied the knot without even informing me. As I tried to process this revelation, my raised voice drew Mom's annoyance. "You're too nosy. It's none of your business if Kyle got married," she snapped, brushing off my concerns. I felt a mix of hurt and betrayal. Dad then turned his attention to Alan, ignoring the tension in the room. "I'm not particularly interested, but what do you do for a living?" "You're marrying Lucy, so it can't be anything impressive, but let's hear it," he remarked bluntly. Alan's calm demeanor contrasted sharply with my rising anger. As I clenched my fists in frustration, Alan gently restrained me, reminding me not to let their words get to me. "I apologize for any rudeness. Here's my card," Alan said, extending his business card to Dad, who initially regarded it with little interest. However, his expression quickly changed. "You're a lawyer," Dad exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise. Mom, Kyle, and Maya shared in the astonishment. "Wow, that's impressive. Elizabeth, prepare some tea for our guests, would you?" "I'll handle it," Dad declared, suddenly hospitable. "A real lawyer, how fascinating," he mused as the atmosphere in the room shifted. Alan couldn't help but be taken aback by the sudden change in attitude. "I never would have guessed Lucy's fiancé was a lawyer," Kyle remarked, echoing the sentiment shared by the others. "Does that mean you make a lot of money? Maybe you can buy me a designer bag for my birthday," Maya chimed in, her audacity leaving me speechless. It was astonishing that she would make such requests to Alan upon their first meeting. Nevertheless, Alan responded with a wry smile, handling the situation with grace. "Alan, you really shouldn't be saying such things to my fiancé, especially on our first meeting," Alan responded with a wry smile, addressing me as bold comments. "We're going to be family, so let's try to get along," Mom interjected, attempting to diffuse the tension. However, I couldn't shake off the sense of unease that lingered within me. As the families gathered for a joint meeting, both my parents and Kyle's family exhibited an unusual level of enthusiasm. Even my mother-in-law appeared somewhat taken aback by their fervor. Following the meeting, I took the opportunity to apologize to my mother-in-law, only to discover that Alan had already informed her of the incident. "Don't worry about it," she reassured me with a smile, instantly alleviating my concerns. It was a moment of relief, reaffirming my belief in her genuine kindness. 2 months later, Alan and I exchanged vows, with my previously indifferent family in attendance. Surprisingly, after the wedding, they began reaching out to us more frequently. "Why don't you and Alan join us for dinner sometime? We know this wonderful restaurant," Mom's voice would chirp over the phone. I couldn't shake the suspicion that they were eyeing Alan's money, given his profession as a lawyer. But I wasn't about to fall for their scheme. "We're tied up at the moment, so we can't commit to anything right now. We'll keep you posted when we're available," I replied, keeping my tone neutral. "Sure, we'll be eagerly waiting. We're flexible with our schedule," Mom responded, her enthusiasm palpable. I felt a surge of disgust. It was clear they were more interested in exploiting my marriage to a wealthy man than in building a genuine relationship with me. After maintaining distance for some time, Mom called again a few months later. "When are you and Alan going to join us for dinner, Lucy?" Mom's voice dripped with false sweetness, and I could practically feel her desperation through the phone. "Sorry, Mom, we're pretty swamped," I replied curtly, already contemplating ending the call. But before I could, she dropped a bombshell. "We're planning to celebrate my half-century birthday," she continued, her tone shifting slightly. "After all, your father and I did see you through high school. It wouldn't hurt to show a little gratitude." I could feel her frustration mounting, expecting us to start treating her differently. But deep down, I couldn't deny that she had a point. After all, my parents had supported me until I graduated college, even if I'd paid my own way through it. Perhaps it was time to show a bit of gratitude. As Mom hit the big 5-0, I relented. "All right, count us in for the celebration." "Really? That's fantastic. We're actually planning a family trip, so it'll be perfect for all of us to spend time together." "A family vacation, huh?" I mused, not entirely enthusiastic about the idea. But then I realized it could be an opportunity to enjoy some quality time alone with Alan. When I brought up the idea to Alan, he was on board, so we decided to join the family trip. Mom's reaction was pure excitement. "Could you handle the reservations? I'll send you a bunch of URLs for hotels and plans," Mom requested eagerly. "What?" Mom inundated me with URLs, all pointing to luxury hotels and high-end restaurants. I couldn't help but feel irked by their extravagance, but I reasoned that this might be a one-time indulgence. Reluctantly, I checked out the links and proceeded with the bookings. When I called Mom to confirm the reservations, her joy was palpable. "I can't wait, thank you so much," she exclaimed, brimming with excitement. At last, the long-awaited day for our half-century family vacation had arrived, and our destination was sunny Florida. Excitement filled the air as we boarded the plane, with everyone in high spirits. Both my parents and Kyle, along with his partner, seemed to be thoroughly enjoying themselves. On touchdown, Alan and I made it clear to the family that we intended to explore on our own. Despite their attempts to persuade us to join them for souvenir shopping, we managed to gracefully evade the invitation and set off on our own adventure. We arranged to reconvene for dinner at the upscale restaurant we had reserved. As Alan and I wandered the city, taking in its sights and sounds, time seemed to slip away effortlessly. Eventually, we made our way to the fancy restaurant where our parents and Kyle's family were already waiting. "You're late," Mom chimed in sharply as we approached. "Well, we still have 10 minutes until our reservation," Alan calmly pointed out. Suddenly, their demeanor shifted. "We were talking to you," Mom retorted curtly. "What? Our business is with Alan, not you." Mom's words cut through the air, her tone sharp and dismissive. "Thank you for covering the expenses for this lavish dinner and hotel stay," Dad added, his gratitude directed solely towards Alan. Alan looked bewildered, while Kyle and the others turned their attention to me. "You're finished here, Lucy. You don't deserve any of this. You're nothing but a burden," Kyle spat out angrily. "What are you even talking about?" I tried to reason, but their voices rose in unison. "Get out of here, you jobless loser. You have no place on this trip," they berated me, their words dripping with disdain. Disgusted by my family's treatment, I realized their intentions to exclude me from the beginning. So this is how it's going to be, I thought to myself, feeling a surge of determination. "You'll regret this." Without another word, I leaned in close to Alan and whispered, "Fine, I'll leave now." Our parents and Kyle's family looked smug as they entered the restaurant with Alan, I remarked bitterly. Quickly, I made alternate arrangements. Thankfully, a decent hotel had a last-minute cancellation, so I secured a room and checked in. Settling into a cozy lounge with a picturesque view, I indulged in a cup of coffee to soothe my frayed nerves. It wasn't long before Kyle's call interrupted my moment of peace. "What did you do, Lucy?" "Alan's gone." Kyle's voice sounded frantic. "I have no idea. You know Alan, he's usually clueless but sharp when it counts," I replied, trying to keep my tone steady. "Sure, but this is different. I told him I'm staying at another hotel, so he should join me," Kyle explained. "Whenever you're kidding, Kyle," I retorted, feeling a surge of irritation. Kyle abruptly ended the call, leaving me to ponder the situation. Soon after, Alan appeared at my hotel, a mischievous grin adorning his face. "Did it work? Were they mad?" I asked eagerly. "Yeah, they were furious. They're hopeless," Alan replied, shaking his head in disbelief. "You were going to foot the bill, and they still acted like that," I exclaimed incredulously. Even Alan was taken aback by their behavior. We brushed it off and decided to treat ourselves to a meal at the hotel's fancy restaurant. Returning to our room, we unwound and woke up feeling rejuvenated the next morning. Eager to explore, we embarked on a sightseeing adventure. Wanting to avoid traveling back with our parents, we opted to change our flight to an earlier one. While waiting for our flight, Mom's furious voice pierced through the phone. "Hello, what's going on? I thought you didn't require my assistance," I answered calmly. "What's the meaning of this? Why is the hotel bill due at checkout?" Mom demanded angrily. "That's how I made the reservation. Don't joke around," I replied, trying to maintain composure. "We can't afford $11,000 per person. If you're enjoying luxury, you should cover the expenses. Unless you want to end up in jail," Mom snapped back. "Stop it. You're so arrogant for a parasite," she spat out before ending the call. "You're the one who needs to stop. I had every intention of covering all the expenses for this trip as a gesture of gratitude for all the years you've supported me. But you ruined it by kicking me out," I asserted firmly. "Wait, you were going to pay for everything." Mom's voice wavered with disbelief. "That's exactly what I've been trying to tell you," I affirmed. "There's no way you could afford something like that," Mom countered skeptically. "Don't underestimate me. I work at the headquarters of a major corporation and hold a managerial position. I earn significantly more than Dad and have substantial savings," I explained calmly. "Really?" Mom was left speechless, but at that point, it hardly mattered. I had made my decision to sever ties completely. "I have to board the plane now, so goodbye," I stated, ending the conversation abruptly. "Wait, hold on," I muttered before swiftly ending the call and blocking all their numbers. Fortunately, they were unaware of our address or workplaces, preventing any unexpected visits. However, my Nave family made a reckless move by storming the law firm listed on Alan's business card. Their disruptive behavior led to chaos, with Kyle even causing damage to office equipment, resulting in their arrest. After indulging in an extravagant family trip, They now face the consequences of their actions, hefty damages and fines to pay. Dad and Kyle were subsequently terminated from their jobs, and now they all struggle to make ends meet with part-time employment, trapped in a cycle of poverty and constant conflict. It's a stark lesson in be what you sow. On the other hand, Alan and I continue to lead a contented life. I'm overjoyed to announce that I'm expecting, and we recently welcomed our beautiful daughter into the world, celebrating the momentous occasion with my supportive mother-in-law. Moving forward, I intend to cherish my true family, Alan, my mother-in-law, and our daughter, and embrace a life filled with happiness and fulfillment.
The trust fund was supposed to be my ticket to freedom. Instead, I watched it vanish into a sea of white tulle and overpriced flower arrangements at my cousin's wedding. I'm Caitlin, and this is how my family's betrayal became the catalyst for my revenge. You can't be serious. My voice trembled as I stared at my mother across our kitchen island. The marble countertop felt cold under my palms, grounding me in a moment that seemed surreal. "Sweetie, you have to understand," Mum said, fidgeting with her coffee mug. "Madeline's wedding is in 3 weeks, and Uncle Zach lost everything in that bad investment. We couldn't let her cancel." "So you decided to cancel my future instead?" The words came out sharp enough to make her flinch. "That money was for my business startup. Grandpa left it specifically for me." "It's just money, Caitlin. Family comes first." I laughed, but there was no humour in it. "Family comes first? Then why am I always last?" The sound of the front door opening interrupted us. Madeline waltzed in, wedding binder in hand, her perfectly manicured nails clutching a stack of fabric swatches. Her face lit up when she saw me. "Caitlin, perfect timing. I need your opinion on the table linens for the reception." My stomach churned. She had no idea she was planning her dream wedding with my dreams. "Did you tell her?" I asked Mom, my voice eerily calm. Mum's face paled. "Madeline, sweetheart, maybe we should—" "Tell me what?" Madeline's smile faltered. "That your fancy wedding is being funded by my trust fund, the money Grandpa left me to start my business." I watched the colour drain from her face. "Surprise?" "What?" "No, Dad said he took care of everything." Madeline's voice trailed off as realisation dawned. "Well, Uncle Zach certainly took care of it, with my money." The wedding binder slipped from Madeline's hands, scattering papers across the floor. "I had no idea, I swear. Caitlin, I would never—" "Save it." I pushed away from the counter. "I need some air." I grabbed my keys and headed for the door, but Mom caught my arm. "Please, let's talk about this. We can figure something out." I yanked my arm free. "Figure what out? How to magically replace $60,000, or how to undo the fact that my own mother went behind my back to raid my trust fund?" "You're being dramatic," she said, her tone shifting to that patronising voice she used when she thought I was overreacting. "Sometimes we have to make sacrifices for family. Funny how I'm the only one making sacrifices around here." My sister Scarlett appeared at the top of the stairs, probably drawn by our raised voices. "What's going on?" "Ask Mom," I spat. "She's great at explaining how family works." I stormed out to my car, ignoring their calls. My phone buzzed repeatedly as I drove, but I didn't need to look to know it was them. Probably trying to justify their betrayal with more family-first nonsense. 3 hours later, I sat in my apartment with my laptop open, staring at a confirmation email for a one-way ticket to Seattle. My hands shook as I packed my essentials into 2 suitcases, leaving behind everything that reminded me of them. A soft knock at my door made me freeze. "Go away, Mom." "It's Hugh." I hesitated before opening the door. My cousin Hugh, Madeline's brother, stood there looking uncomfortable. "I heard what happened." "Come to defend your sister?" He shook his head. "What they did was wrong. Dad should have never asked for your money, and Aunt Solstice should have never agreed." "But they did." I turned back to my packing. "Where are you going?" "Away, far away from this mess." Hugh was quiet for a moment. "Will you come to the wedding?" I zipped my suitcase with more force than necessary. "Would you, if you were me?" He didn't answer, which was answer enough. The next morning, I stood at the airport gate, my entire life condensed into 2 bags and a carry-on. My phone showed 15 missed calls and twice as many messages. I deleted them all without reading them. As I settled into my seat on the plane, I made myself a promise. I would build something better than any business I could have started with that trust fund. And when I did, when they saw what I achieved on my own, they'd realise exactly what they threw away. The plane took off, and I watched my hometown disappear beneath the clouds. Sometimes the best revenge isn't about getting even, it's about getting ahead. And that's exactly what I intended to do. Seattle greeted me with its signature rain and a cramped Airbnb that smelled faintly of someone else's cooking. After 3 weeks of job hunting, countless interviews, and living off instant ramen, I was starting to question my impulsive decision to leave. My phone buzzed with another text from Scarlett. "Mum's a mess. Please just call her." I typed back, "Still busy settling in. Talk later." The same response I'd been giving for weeks. The coffee shop, where I'd been camping out to use their Wi-Fi, had become my second home. That's where everything changed. "You've been here every day this week," the barista said, sliding my usual Americano across the counter. "Job hunting." "That obvious?" She smiled. "I'm Amanda, and trust me, I've seen that look before. What field?" "Tech, project management specifically." I took a sip of my coffee. Though at this point, I'd consider anything that doesn't involve asking if someone wants fries with that. "Actually," Amanda glanced around before lowering her voice, "my brother works at Horizon Tech. They're desperately looking for a junior project manager. Want me to put in a word?" 2 days later, I sat across from David, the hiring manager at Horizon Tech, trying not to fidget in my carefully chosen interview outfit. "Your resume is impressive," he said, "but there's a gap in your employment history. Why'd you leave your last position so suddenly?" I prepared for this question. I needed a change. Seattle's tech scene offered opportunities I couldn't find back home. "Honest answer?" He leaned forward. "The real one?" I met his gaze. "My family made some choices that affected my career plans. Instead of letting it defeat me, I decided to rebuild somewhere new. I'm here because I want to prove something to myself more than anyone else." He nodded slowly. "Tell me about the most challenging project you've managed." I launched into my prepared example, but he cut me off. "No, not work. Tell me about moving here, planning, execution, obstacles. Treat it like a project." For the next 20 minutes, I broke down my cross-country move like a case study. Resources, timeline, risk management, contingency plans. David's expression remained neutral until I finished. Then he smiled. "That's exactly what I wanted to hear. When can you start?" Walking out of Horizon Tech with a job offer, I felt lighter than I had in weeks. My phone buzzed again, this time with a text from Madeline. "The wedding's in 2 days. There's still time to come. Please?" I deleted it without responding and called my new landlord instead. The apartment I'd viewed yesterday wasn't perfect, but it was within walking distance of Horizon Tech, and more importantly, it was mine. 3 days into my new job, I was drowning in documentation and loving every minute of it. My desk neighbour, Rachel, became my unofficial mentor. "You're catching on fast," she said, peering over my shoulder at my project timeline. "But you might want to add some buffer time here and here." She pointed at the screen. "Trust me, developers always need more time than they claim." "Speaking from experience?" "Let's just say I've learned the hard way." She grinned. "Hey, a bunch of us are grabbing drinks after work. Want to join?" That evening, sitting at a bar with my new co-workers, I checked my phone out of habit. A new email from Mom waited in my inbox. "The wedding was beautiful. Madeline looked perfect. I wish you'd been there. We all did. Please come home for Sunday dinner this week. We can talk about helping you start over here." I set my phone face down on the bar. "Bad news?" Rachel asked. "Just family stuff." "Want to talk about it?" I shook my head. "I'd rather hear about this nightmare project you mentioned earlier, the one with the impossible deadline." As Rachel launched into her story, I felt something shift inside me. Here, nobody knew me as the girl whose family stole her trust fund. Nobody pitied me or tried to justify what happened. I was just Caitlin, the new project manager who asked smart questions and stayed late to learn the systems. Back in my new apartment that night, I sat at my tiny IKEA desk and opened my laptop. My savings account balance was painfully low after the move and apartment deposit, but my first paycheck would hit next week. I created a new spreadsheet and titled it Success Plan. Under it, I typed my first goal, prove them all wrong. The wedding was over. My cousin had gotten her perfect day with my money. But sitting there, planning my future in a city where nobody knew my past, I realised something important. Sometimes the best opportunities come disguised as betrayals. I closed my laptop and smiled. This was just the beginning. 6 months flew by in a blur of deadlines, late nights, and increasingly impressive project deliverables. I just finished presenting my latest success to the executive team when David called me into his office. "Close the door, Caitlin," he gestured to the chair across from his desk. "Do you know why you're here?" My heart raced. The Thompson account. 3 months ago, that account was hemorrhaging money. Today, they're our biggest success story. He slid a folder across his desk. "Which is why I'm recommending you for senior project manager." I stared at the folder. "But that position usually requires 5 years of experience. Yeah, but you've accomplished more in 6 months than most people do in 3 years. He leaned back. "The promotion comes with a substantial raise. Think you can handle it?" I thought about the trust fund, about how my family had thought I couldn't handle running my own business. When do I start? Later that evening, my phone lit up with Scarlett's face. Unlike the rest of the family, I still answered her calls. "You'll never believe what happened," she said, her voice tight with excitement. "What's up?" "I'm engaged. Jake proposed last night and—" She paused. "And I want you to be my maid of honor." The irony wasn't lost on me. "Scarlett, before you say no, hear me out. This isn't like Madeline's wedding. Jake and I are paying for everything ourselves. We're keeping it small, intimate." She took a breath. "And I miss you, Kate. We all do." "I got promoted today," I said instead of addressing the wedding. "Senior project manager." "That's amazing. Mum will be so—" "Don't tell her," I cut in, "or anyone else." Silence filled the line. "They feel terrible, you know, especially after what happened with Uncle Zach's business." "What happened?" "You haven't heard? The whole thing collapsed. They're selling their house. Madeline and her husband moved back in with Uncle Zach and Aunt Diana." I let that sink in. Karma had a weird sense of humour. "Caitlin?" Rachel stuck her head into my office. "Client call in 5 minutes. "I have to go," I told Scarlett. "About the wedding. Let me think about it." The next morning, I arrived early to find David waiting by my office. "Remember that impossible project I mentioned yesterday?" He didn't wait for my response. "It just became more impossible. Client wants to move the deadline up by 6 weeks. I smiled. "Give me an hour to revise the timeline." "That's why you're the best." He turned to leave, then paused. "Oh, and your new salary takes effect immediately." I pulled up my banking app during lunch. The numbers made me blink twice. My new monthly salary was more than what remained of my trust fund would have been. Rachel dropped into the chair across from my desk with 2 coffees. "Celebrating the promotion?" "Something like that." I closed the app. "My sister just got engaged." "That's great. When's the wedding?" "I don't know if I'm going." Rachel raised an eyebrow. "Family drama?" "You could say that." I took a sip of coffee. The last wedding I was supposed to attend didn't end well. "Want to talk about it?" For the first time since arriving in Seattle, I did. I told her everything. The trust fund, the betrayal, my escape. "Damn," she said when I finished. "No wonder you work like you have something to prove." "Is it that obvious?" "Only to someone who recognizes the signs." She smiled. "I did the same thing after my divorce, threw myself into work, avoided anything that reminded me of my ex. It worked until it didn't." "What do you mean?" "At some point you have to decide if you're working this hard for yourself or to prove them wrong. One drives you forward, the other just keeps you angry." Before I could respond, my phone buzzed. A text from an unknown number. "Hey, it's Hugh. Got your number from Scarlett. We need to talk about the family. It's important." I showed Rachel the message. "Looks like the universe is trying to tell you something," she said. "Yeah, that karma's real." I put my phone away. "The family that took my trust fund is in financial trouble. Poetic, right?" Rachel stood, gathering her empty coffee cup. "Just remember, revenge might feel good for a moment, but it doesn't pay your bills or make you happy. Your success here?" She gestured around my office. "That's all you. Don't let them take credit for that, even as motivation." As she left, I looked at Hugh's message again. 6 months ago, I'd fled with nothing but determination and spite. Now I had everything I'd wanted: respect, success, independence. And soon I'd have something even better: the chance to say no when they needed my help. The call from Uncle Zach came on a rainy Tuesday evening, just as I was leaving the office. "Caitlin?" His voice sounded older, more strained than I remembered. "Do you have a minute?" I sat back down at my desk. "I'm surprised you still have my number." "Look, I know I'm probably the last person you want to hear from," he cleared his throat, "but we need your help." "We?" "The family. Things haven't been good since you left." I laughed softly. "And whose fault is that?" "Mine." The admission caught me off guard. I made a terrible mistake with your trust fund, and then I made an even worse one with our family business. I heard about that. I kept my voice neutral. "Scarlett mentioned you're selling the house." "We have to. The bank's foreclosing next month." A pause. Madeline and Tom moved back in. They couldn't afford their rent after everything. "That must be awkward," I said, thinking of their lavish wedding. "All those expensive wedding gifts crammed into your guest room." He ignored the jab. "We need a loan, Caitlin, just enough to keep the house until I can sort things out." "How much?" $50,000. I nearly dropped my phone. "That's less than what you took from me." "I know," his voice cracked. "And I'll spend the rest of my life making it up to you, but right now, we're desperate." Rachel appeared in my doorway, coat in hand. She mouthed, "Dinner?" but I shook my head. "Why me?" I asked. "Why not ask Mom?" "Solstice." He sighed. "She's not in a position to help. None of us are. But Scarlett mentioned you got a good job in Seattle." "Of course she did." "I'll think about it." "Please, Caitlin, we can set up a payment plan." "I said I'll think about it." I hung up before he could respond. Rachel was still waiting. "Everything okay? Remember when we talked about karma?" I grabbed my coat. "Let's get dinner. I need advice." Over Thai food, I told her about the call. She listened without interrupting, using her chopsticks to push rice around her plate. "So," she said finally, "what are you going to do?" Part of me wants to tell them to figure it out themselves. I stabbed at my pad thai. Like I had to. And the other part? Wants to help, then hates myself for wanting to help. My phone buzzed. A text from Madeline. "Uncle Zach told me he called you. I know I have no right to ask for anything, but please help us. I'm pregnant, Caitlin. I can't raise a baby in a motel." "Wow," Rachel said, reading over my shoulder. "They're really pulling out all the stops." "You think she's lying?" "Does it matter? Either way, it's manipulation." I pushed my food away. "What would you do?" "I'd invite them to visit." She held up a hand when I started to protest. "Hear me out. Right now, they're imagining you in some entry-level job, barely getting by. They're asking for help because they don't know you don't need them anymore. Show them." "You want me to rub my success in their faces?" "I want you to make an informed decision. See them face to face. Let them see what they lost when they betrayed you." She grinned. "Plus your new place is gorgeous. The view alone might give Uncle Zach a heart attack." She had a point. My recent promotion had allowed me to move into a luxury apartment overlooking the city. The rent was more than my parents' mortgage. I picked up my phone and typed, "Come to Seattle this weekend, all of you. We'll talk about the loan in person." The responses came quickly. Mom, Really? Oh, sweetheart, thank you. Uncle Zach, we'll be there. Send the address. Madeline, thank you, thank you, thank you. Only Hugh's response gave me pause. Be gentle with them, cousin. They're not the same people who hurt you. I looked at Rachel. Am I making a mistake? Depends on what you want out of this. She signalled for the check. Revenge, closure, reconciliation. I want them to understand what they did, what it cost them. I thought about my new office, my view, my success. I want them to see who I became without them. Then show them. She handed her card to the waiter. Just remember what I said about working for yourself, not against them. That night, I stood at my floor-to-ceiling windows, looking out at the Seattle skyline. 6 months ago, I'd arrived here broken and angry. Now I was about to face my family from a position of power. I opened my laptop and booked 4 hotel rooms at a modest chain hotel nearby. Not too cheap, not too expensive, just comfortable enough to make what came next feel worse by comparison. The game was about to begin, and this time I held all the cards. The doorman called up exactly at 7. Miss Caitlin, your family is here. Send them up. I smoothed my designer dress, 3 months' salary at my old job, pocket change now, and waited. The elevator dinged, and there they were. Mum looked thinner, worry lines creasing her forehead. Uncle Zach's confident swagger had vanished, replaced by stooped shoulders and a grey pallor. Madeline's expensive highlights had grown out, showing mousy brown roots. Hugh hung at the back, watching me carefully. This is... wow. Mom stepped into my apartment, eyes wide. Honey, this is incredible. Nice view, Hugh said quietly. Madeline pressed her hand against the floor-to-ceiling windows. You can see the whole city from here. Would anyone like a drink? I moved to my wine fridge. I have an excellent Cabernet, though water for you, Madeline, given your condition. She flushed, one hand moving to her still flat stomach. You heard? You texted me, remember? I poured the wine, watching their reflections in the window. 3 months along, is it? 2, she mumbled, accepting a water glass. I handed Uncle Zach his wine, noting how his hand trembled slightly. Shall we sit? We have a lot to discuss. They settled onto my Italian leather sectional, another recent splurge. Mum kept touching things, as if confirming they were real. You've done well for yourself, Uncle Zach said, attempting his old authoritative tone. I have. I sat across from them. No thanks to any of you. The silence that followed was deafening. Caitlin, Mum started, we know we hurt you. Do you? I set my wine down. Do you know what it's like to start over with nothing? To eat ramen for weeks because you can't afford real food? To wonder if you've made the biggest mistake of your life? We never meant, Madeline began, to steal my trust fund, to destroy my dreams, to betray me. Each question made them flinch. What exactly didn't you mean to do? Hugh leaned forward. We're here to make it right. With what money? I laughed. The business is gone. The house is being foreclosed. Madeline's living in your old bedroom with a baby on the way. What exactly are you offering? Our apology, Mum whispered, for everything. I stood and walked to the windows, looking out at my city. Did you know I'm a senior project manager now, youngest in the company's history? That's wonderful, Mum said, hope creeping into her voice. My salary is triple what that trust fund was worth. I turned to face them. I did that without your help, without your support, without your belief in me. Uncle Zach set his untouched wine down. We need $50,000, Caitlin. We can work out a payment plan. Like you did with my trust fund? The words came out sharp as knives. How did that work out? Madeline started crying softly. Mum moved to comfort her, but she shrugged away. No, Mom, Caitlin's right. Madeline wiped her eyes. We took everything from her, and now we're here asking for more. Because you have nowhere else to go, I finished for her. Hugh stood up. Look at them, Caitlin. Really look. Is this what you wanted? To see them broken? Sit down, Hugh. My voice was ice. You don't get to play moral compass now. Where was your conscience when they took my money? He sat. I walked to my home office and returned with a folder. Inside is a contract. I'll loan you the 50,000. Hope bloomed on their faces. But, I continued, there are conditions. First, I want the loan repaid with interest. Second, I want a formal acknowledgement of what you did with my trust fund, notarized and legally binding. Third, I met each of their eyes. I want you to understand that this doesn't make us even. This makes you indebted to me. Uncle Zack reached for the folder with shaking hands. Whatever you want, we'll sign anything. Dad, Hugh warned, but Zack waved him off. No, she's right. We deserve this. I watched them read through the contract, heads bowed like penitents at confession. Mum's hands trembled as she signed. Madeline couldn't meet my eyes as she added her signature. Uncle Zack's scrawl was barely legible. Hugh read it last, his jaw tight. This is brutal, Caitlin. This is business. I collected the signed contracts. I'll have my lawyer review these and transfer the money tomorrow. You can let yourselves out. That's it? Mum stood. We came all this way for a contract signing? I moved to the door and opened it. You came all this way because you needed something from me. Now you have it. Good night. They filed out one by one. Hugh paused in the doorway. Was it worth it, making them grovel? I thought about Rachel's words about working for yourself versus against others. Ask me tomorrow, I said, and closed the door. I couldn't sleep that night. At 3 a.m, I found myself at an all-night diner, stirring cream into mediocre coffee when Scarlett called. They told me what happened, she said without preamble. The contract, the conditions, all of it. And I don't recognize you anymore. Her voice cracked. The sister I knew wouldn't humiliate her family like this. The family I knew wouldn't steal my future. I watched the cream create patterns in my coffee. How's the wedding planning going? Don't change the subject. Mum's devastated. Mum's devastated? I laughed bitterly. Where was her devastation when she signed away my trust fund? A waitress appeared with a slice of pie I hadn't ordered. On the house, honey. You look like you need it. I waited until she left before continuing. They came to me for money, Scarlett, not to make amends, not to rebuild our relationship, for money. Because they're desperate. Uncle Zack's business failing wasn't their fault. No, but stealing my trust fund was. I pushed the pie around my plate. You know what the worst part is? They still don't get it. Even now, they think this is about the money. Isn't it? No. I set my fork down. It's about trust, about family, about believing in me enough to let me follow my dreams instead of sacrificing them for Madeline's perfect wedding. Silence filled the line. I'm still waiting for you to answer about being my maid of honour, Scarlett said finally. Are you going to pay for my dress with my trust fund too? That's not fair. None of this is fair. Several heads turned at my outburst. I lowered my voice. You stood by and watched them take everything from me. You didn't say a word. I was scared, she whispered. I didn't want to choose sides. But you did choose. Your silence was a choice. The diner door chimed. Hugh walked in, spotted me and headed straight for my booth. I have to go, I told Scarlett. Your wedding will be beautiful, just like Madeline's was. I hung up as Hugh sat down. How did you find me? I asked. Followed you. I had a feeling you wouldn't be sleeping. He ordered coffee when the waitress came by. Want to talk about what happened up there? Not particularly. Tough. He doctored his coffee with sugar, because we're going to. There's nothing to discuss. They needed money. I gave them conditions. They agreed. You didn't give them conditions, Caitlin. You gave them a public flogging. I pushed my plate away. They deserved it. Maybe. He leaned back. But is this really who you want to be? The person who kicks people when they're down? Like they kicked me? Yes, exactly like that. His eyes met mine. You're becoming what hurt you, and you're too smart not to see it. The waitress refilled our coffees without asking. Outside, the sky was beginning to lighten. "Did you know," Hugh continued, "that Madeline tried to cancel the wedding when she found out about the trust fund? Mum and Dad talked her out of it, said it was too late, deposits were paid, it would shame the family." "Why are you telling me this?" "Because you need to understand something. What they did to you was wrong, unforgivable even. But this revenge you're pursuing, it's not hurting them as much as it's hurting you. I thought about my beautiful apartment, empty except for expensive furniture, about my impressive job title that I couldn't share with my family, about the satisfaction I'd felt watching them squirm and how hollow it felt now. I worked so hard," I said quietly. "Everything I have, I earned myself." "I know." Hugh reached across the table and squeezed my hand. "And that's amazing. But you did it for the wrong reasons. You did it to prove them wrong instead of proving yourself right." "What's the difference?" "Look at yourself. Really look. Are you happy, Caitlin, or are you just successful?" The question hit harder than I expected. Before I could answer, my phone buzzed with a text from Madeline. "I know you hate me, but this baby, I want them to know their aunt, to know the strong, amazing person you are, not the angry one we saw tonight. Please don't let what we did destroy who you really are." Hugh watched me read it. "She means it, you know." "It's not that simple." "It never is." He stood and dropped money on the table for our coffee. "But at some point, you have to decide. Do you want to keep punishing them, or do you want to start healing?" He left me sitting there, watching the sunrise through the diner's grimy windows, wondering when revenge had started feeling less like victory and more like chains. I found my family in the hotel lobby the next morning. They looked up as I approached, faces a mix of hope and apprehension. "We need to talk," I said, dropping into an armchair across from them, "about last night, about everything." Mum straightened. "The contract." "Forget the contract." I pulled it from my bag and tore it in half. "This isn't about money anymore." Madeline's hand went to her stomach, a gesture I was starting to recognize. "What is it about then?" "Truth." I looked at each of them. "I want you to tell me why, not excuses, not justifications, why you really did it." Uncle Zach spoke first. "I was desperate. The business was failing, and Madeline's wedding. I convinced myself it was temporary, that I'd pay it back before you ever knew. But you didn't." "No." He looked down, "and when you found out, I was too ashamed to face it." "Mum?" She twisted her wedding ring, a nervous habit I remembered from childhood. "I thought I was protecting the family, keeping peace. I told myself you were young, that you'd have other opportunities." Her voice cracked. "I was wrong, so terribly wrong." "Madeline?" My cousin wiped tears from her cheeks. "I was selfish. When Dad said he'd handle the costs, I didn't ask questions. I didn't want to know. And then when I found out..." She met my eyes. "I should have cancelled everything. Instead, I let them convince me it was too late." "It's never too late to do the right thing," I said quietly. Hugh, who'd been silent until now, leaned forward. "Your turn, Caitlin. Tell them the truth about Seattle." They all looked at me expectantly. "When I left, I was broken." The words came slowly. Not because of the money, but because my family, the people I trusted most, didn't believe in me enough to let me follow my dreams. "That's not true," Mum protested, "isn't it? You took my trust fund because you didn't think my business would succeed, because Madeline's wedding was more important than my future." No one spoke. "So I came here angry, determined to prove you wrong, and I did." I gestured around us. "I built everything you saw last night from nothing, but you know what? It feels empty." "Because you did it for revenge," Hugh said softly. "Because I did it for revenge," I agreed. "And now I have everything I thought I wanted, except the one thing that mattered most." "What's that?" Madeline asked. "Family." The word hung in the air. Real family, the kind that believes in each other, supports each other, doesn't betray each other. Uncle Zach stood abruptly. "I'll sell my car. It's not much, but it's a start." "Sit down." I waited until he did. I'm not finished. Mum reached for my hand, but I pulled back. What you did was wrong. Not just taking the money, but the way you did it. The lies, the justifications, the silence. I took a deep breath. But what I did last night, making you grovel, humiliating you, that was wrong too. You had every right, Madeline said. No, I had reasons but not rights. There's a difference. Hugh smiled slightly. So what now? I pulled out my checkbook. Now, I'm going to help you save the house. No contracts, no conditions. We can't accept, Uncle Zack started. You can and you will. I wrote the check. Because that's what family does, but this time we do it right, with honesty, with respect, and with trust that needs to be rebuilt on both sides. Madeline burst into tears. Mum wasn't far behind. There are conditions, I added, holding the check just out of reach. Not legal ones, but important ones. They waited. First, we start therapy, family counselling, all of us. I looked at their surprised faces. Second, we talk about things. No more secrets, no more assumptions about what's best for everyone. And third, I turned to Madeline. I want to be part of my niece or nephew's life, really part of it. She launched herself at me, hugging me awkwardly around her barely there bump. Done, all of it, done. Mum joined the hug, then Uncle Zack. Hugh stood back, watching with satisfaction. One more thing, I said when they finally let go. I turned to Scarlett, who'd been quietly watching from the hotel entrance. Yes. Yes. She stepped closer. Yes, I'll be your maid of honour, but I'm picking my own dress this time. She laughed through tears and joined our group hug. As we stood there, holding each other in that hotel lobby, I realised something. Revenge might feel good for a moment, but reconciliation, real, honest, hard-won reconciliation that feels good forever. So, Madeline sniffled, want to help me pick out baby names? For the first time in 6 months, my laugh was genuine. As long as you promise not to steal them. The morning sun streamed through my office windows as I reviewed the final payment notification from Uncle Zack. He'd insisted on repaying the loan, even though I'd told him it wasn't necessary. Small monthly transfers, never missing one, each with a note of gratitude attached. My phone buzzed with Madeline's latest ultrasound picture. It's a girl, the message read. Still voting for Caitlin as a name? Absolutely not, I texted back. One Caitlin in the family is enough. Rachel appeared in my doorway with coffee. Ready for the big presentation? Born ready, I gathered my materials. But first I need your opinion on something. I pulled up a business plan on my screen, the same one I'd dreamed of funding with my trust fund, but better. Refined by experience, shaped by everything I'd learned. A consulting firm? Rachel leaned closer. Wait, is this? The original dream, version 2.0. I scrolled through the projections. But this time I'm doing it right, building it alongside my job here, not rushing in blind. Have you shown your family? Family therapy session tonight. I closed the laptop. Thought I'd bring it up then. The session was held in a warm office with comfortable chairs arranged in a circle. Dr. Martinez had been working with us for 3 months, helping us navigate the rebuilding of trust. Caitlin, she said as we settled in, you wanted to share something today. I opened my laptop. Remember my original business plan? The reason for the trust fund? Mum tensed visibly. Uncle Zack looked at the floor. I'm starting it. I turned the screen so they could see. Not asking for money or support, just telling you, because that's what we do now. We share our dreams. It's amazing, Scarlett said, scanning the numbers. But can you manage this in your current job? That's the beauty of it. I'm not rushing this time, building slowly, learning from my mistakes and others. I looked at Uncle Zack. Actually, I could use your advice about what not to do. He looked up, surprised. You'd trust my business advice after everything? You failed. That doesn't erase 30 years of experience. I smiled slightly. Plus, who better to help me avoid pitfalls than someone who's fallen into them? Madeline shifted in her chair, one hand on her growing belly. I want to help too. My marketing degree might be useful. We could make it a family business, Mum suggested, then quickly added, only if you want, of course, no pressure. Actually, I took a deep breath. That's kind of what I was hoping for. Dr. Martinez leaned forward. This is a significant step, Caitlin. Are you sure you're ready to mix family and business again? No. I closed my laptop. But I'm ready to try. With boundaries this time. With contracts that protect everyone. With honest conversations when things get hard. And with a kick-ass business plan, Hugh added, grinning. After the session, we gathered at my apartment. Mum brought dinner, her famous lasagna that I'd missed more than I'd admitted. As we ate, the conversation flowed naturally between wedding plans, baby names, and business strategies. I have something for you, Uncle Zack said, pulling out an envelope. The final loan payment plus interest. I pushed it back. Keep it. Invest it in the new business instead. Caitlin, I mean it. I looked around the table. What happened with the trust fund? It broke us, but it also made us stronger, made me stronger. I needed to prove myself, and I did. Now I need to prove I can trust again. Madeline raised her water glass. To new beginnings? To family, I corrected, raising mine. The kind that learns from mistakes instead of hiding from them. Later, as they were leaving, Mum lingered behind. I'm proud of you, she said. Not for the success or the money. For this. She gestured around. For finding a way back to us. Even though I made it as difficult as possible. Especially then. She hugged me. Because you did it your way, on your terms. That's the daughter I raised. After they left, I stood at my windows, looking out at the city that had given me refuge when I needed it most. My phone buzzed with a text from Rachel. How'd it go? I typed back, better than revenge. On my desk, the business plan waited. But now it wasn't just my dream anymore. It was a bridge, connecting who I'd been with who I'd become, connecting my family's past mistakes with our future possibilities. The sun set over Seattle, painting the sky in colours of hope. Sometimes the best revenge isn't revenge at all. Sometimes it's finding the strength to build something new from the ashes of what was broken. And sometimes, if you're lucky, you build something better than you ever imagined possible.
I heard the swish of my silk train against the church's marble floor and felt my heart flutter. This was supposed to be my final fitting before the wedding, a moment I'd dreamed about since Nico slid that diamond onto my finger 6 months ago. Instead, I was watching my future mother-in-law destroy everything with a smile on her face. Rachel, darling, you look absolutely breathtaking, Kennedy said, circling me like a shark. Her manicured fingers adjusted my veil with practiced precision. But before we finalize anything, we need to discuss the Hamilton family tradition. The seamstress excused herself with a knowing glance that made my stomach tighten. Kennedy's smile never reached her eyes as she pulled a document from her designer handbag. What tradition? I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. Nico never mentioned anything. That's because it's between the mother and the bride, Kennedy replied, her voice honeyed but firm. Every Hamilton bride signs a prenuptial agreement with special provisions. Family protection, you understand. I looked at Nico, expecting him to jump in, to say something, anything. He stood by the stained glass window, sunlight fragmenting across his face in blues and reds. His silence cut deeper than Kennedy's words. I don't understand, I said, taking the document. My hands trembled as I flipped through pages of legal jargon. This says if we divorce, I get nothing, not even what I bring into the marriage. Kennedy's laugh tinkled like breaking glass. It's symbolic, Rachel. A demonstration of pure intentions. You're marrying my son for love, not money, correct? The church suddenly felt too small, too hot. I'd spent my life dreaming of having a real family, something I never had growing up in foster care. The Hamiltons were supposed to be that family. Wealthy, yes, but I'd fallen for Nico's kindness, his promises that I'd never be alone again. Nico! My voice cracked. Did you know about this? He finally looked at me, conflict written across his face. It's just paperwork, Rach. Everyone in the family does it. Everyone who marries in, Kennedy corrected, her smile tightening. The Hamilton legacy spans generations. We protect what's ours. I stepped off the platform, the dress suddenly feeling like a straitjacket. I need to think about this. Kennedy's perfectly composed face hardened. There's nothing to think about. The wedding is in 3 weeks. The agreement needs to be signed today. Today? I backed away. You ambush me during my fitting and expect me to sign away my rights immediately? They're not rights if they were never yours to begin with, Kennedy snapped, mask slipping. Nico, explain to your fiancé how things work in our family. Nico stepped forward, his face pained. Rachel, please. It's not worth fighting over. Not worth fighting over. 5 words that revealed everything. I need air, I said, gathering the massive skirt in my hands. The seamstress reappeared, alarmed as I headed for the dressing room. Rachel! Kennedy's voice sharpened. Don't be dramatic. This is happening whether you like it or not. I spun around, the train wrapping around my ankles. Or what? Her smile returned, colder than before. Or there will be no wedding. It's quite simple. 20 minutes later, I burst through the church doors in my street clothes, engagement ring clutched in my palm. The diamond cut into my skin as I marched down the steps, tears blurring my vision. Rachel, wait! Nico caught up to me in the parking lot. You're overreacting. This is just how my family does things. I turned to face him, really seeing him for the first time. Would you sign something that said you get nothing if we divorce? That everything you worked for belongs to me? His hesitation was answer enough. I thought I was joining your family, I said, voice breaking. But I'm just another acquisition, aren't I? Something to be controlled. That's not fair, he protested, running his hand through his hair. My mother is difficult, but she means well. The tradition is important to her. And I'm not? I opened my palm, showing him the ring. 3 years together and you won't even stand up for me. His eyes darkened. You don't understand the pressure I'm under. My family will always come first, I finished for him. I pressed the ring into his hand. I won't sign it, Nico. Rachel, please. Choose, I whispered, me or the tradition. The silence stretched between us, filled with everything he wasn't saying. I turned away before he could see my tears fall. It's more complicated than you know, he called after me. There's more to the tradition than just the prenup. I froze. What does that mean? It means you should talk to my sister, a woman's voice said from behind a nearby car. I turned to see a stranger watching us, her resemblance to Nico unmistakable despite her edgier style. She stepped forward, ignoring Nico's shocked expression. Mila, he gasped. What are you doing here? She smiled grimly at me, ignoring him completely. You must be Rachel. I think it's time we talked about what really happens to Hamilton brides. I sat in my car, knuckles white against the steering wheel, unable to process what had just happened. Mila, Nico's sister, the one he rarely mentioned, the family exile, had materialized like a ghost in the church parking lot. Before I could hear what she had to say, Kennedy had appeared, face contorted with rage. The screaming match that followed sent me fleeing to my car, mind reeling. The apartment felt hollow when I returned. Half-packed moving boxes mocked me from every corner, remnants of my plans to move into Nico's penthouse after the wedding. I kicked off my shoes and collapsed onto the couch, staring at the indentation on my palm where the ring had dug in. My phone buzzed relentlessly. Nico, Kennedy, Nico again. I silenced it and hurled it across the room. Some family, I whispered to the empty space. I'd spent my entire life craving what others took for granted. Parents who showed up, holiday dinners that didn't involve social workers, a place where I truly belonged. When Nico had introduced me to the Hamiltons with their sprawling estate and Sunday brunches, I thought I'd finally found my missing piece. What a joke. The buzzer rang, startling me from my thoughts. I dragged myself to the intercom. Rachel, it's Camilla. Let me in before I drop all this wine and ice cream. I buzzed her up, grateful for the one constant in my life. Camilla had been my roommate in college, the sister I never had. She took one look at my face and set her supplies on the counter. "Oh, honey," she said, pulling me into a hug. "What happened?" The story poured out of me between sobs and gulps of Pinot Noir, the prenup ambush, Nico's betrayal, Kennedy's ultimatum, and Mila's cryptic warning. "There's more to the tradition than just the prenup," I repeated, the words still echoing in my head. "What the hell does that mean?" Camilla's eyes narrowed. "Nothing good. Rich families like that always have skeletons." She refilled my glass. "What do you know about this Mila person?" "Almost nothing. Nico mentioned once that she and Kennedy had a falling out years ago. She left the family business to become an artist or something. He doesn't talk about her." "And she just appeared out of nowhere at your dress fitting?" I nodded, the coincidence suddenly striking me as odd. How did she even know I'd be there? Exactly. Camilla grabbed my laptop. "Let's see what we can find on her." We spent the next hour digging through social media. Mila Hamilton existed only in fragments, an abandoned Instagram account from 3 years ago, a mention in an art gallery opening, nothing recent. "It's like she's deliberately staying off the grid," Camilla muttered. My phone buzzed again from across the room. I retrieved it, expecting another message from Nico, but the number was unknown. "This is Mila. We need to talk. Alone. Meet me tomorrow. 2 p.m. Sending location." "How did she get my number?" I showed Camilla the text. "Probably from Nico's phone at some point." Camilla frowned. "Are you going?" I have to know what she meant. "I don't like it. What if it's a trap? Kennedy could be using her to manipulate you." I laughed bitterly. "You didn't see them together. Kennedy looked ready to commit murder when she saw Mila." A knock at the door silenced us both. I peered through the peephole and my heart lurched. Nico. "Rachel, please," he called through the door. "Just talk to me." Camilla raised an eyebrow. I shook my head and pressed my forehead against the door. "Go away, Nico. I can explain everything if you'll just listen." His voice cracked. "What Mila said, she doesn't understand. She left before..." "Before what?" I demanded. Silence. "That's what I thought," I said. "You can't even say it out loud." "I love you," he whispered. "Isn't that enough?" 3 months ago, it would have been. 3 months ago, I would have flung open the door and fallen into his arms. Now, his words rang hollow. "No," I said firmly. "It's not." I heard him slide down against the door, his voice closer to the floor when he spoke again. "My mother is furious. She thinks you've been talking to Mila all along, that this whole scene was planned." "Of course she does," I muttered. Heaven forbid her precious tradition be questioned. "Rachel, please, if you'd just sign the agreement..." "Get out," I snapped, suddenly furious. "Get out or I'm calling building security." His footsteps eventually faded down the hallway. I turned to find Camilla watching me with a mixture of pride and concern. "You okay?" she asked. I wasn't, not even close. But something was hardening inside me, a resolve I hadn't felt before. "I need to know what I'm up against," I said. Later that night, after Camilla left, I sat cross-legged on my bed, staring at the wedding invitation sample on my nightstand. A knock at my door startled me. It was almost midnight. Cautiously, I approached the door. "Who is it?" No answer. Just as I turned away, I noticed an envelope had been slipped under the door. Plain, unmarked. Inside was a yellowed newspaper clipping dated 15 years ago. The headline made my blood run cold. "Hamilton bride vanishes 3 days before wedding." Below it, a handwritten note. "The tradition has claimed others. Be careful who you trust." I didn't sleep. The newspaper clipping lay on my coffee table like a bomb while I paced, made coffee I didn't drink, and watched the sun rise through my blinds. The woman in the article, Vanessa, 24, engaged to Kennedy's brother-in-law, had disappeared 3 days before her wedding. The case was never solved. By 7 a.m., I'd made my decision. I showered, dressed in jeans and a sweater that made me feel armored, and grabbed my keys. I needed answers before meeting Mila, and I knew exactly where to start. The coffee shop was nearly empty when I arrived. Harlan sat in the back corner, exactly as described on his website, salt and pepper beard, worn leather jacket, eyes that missed nothing. I'd found him after an hour of searching for private investigators, drawn to the testimonials from women who'd uncovered painful truths with his help. "Rachel," he said, standing as I approached. No handshake offered, just a nod toward the chair across from him. "You sounded urgent on the phone." I slid the newspaper clipping across the table. "I need to know everything about this case." He studied it, expression unchanged. "This is 15 years old, and connected to the family I almost married into." I leaned forward. "There's something they're hiding, some tradition that goes beyond a predatory prenup. I need to know what happened to Vanessa." Harlan took a sip of his coffee. "What makes you think I can find what the police couldn't?" "Because you specialize in wealthy families burying their secrets." I met his gaze. "And because you've got personal history with the Hamiltons." That got a reaction, the slightest tightening around his eyes. "Your website doesn't mention it, but I did some digging. You worked security for them 20 years ago before becoming a PI. You know how they operate." He set down his cup. "Impressive homework. Why not go to the police with your suspicions?" "With what? A prenup? And a cryptic warning?" I shook my head. "I need evidence." "And if you don't like what you find?" The question hit harder than expected. Part of me still hoped there was an explanation, that Nico wasn't complicit in whatever darkness lurked in his family. "I need the truth," I said finally, "whatever it is." Harlan studied me for a long moment, then nodded. "My fee is—" "I know your fee. I'll pay it. Half up front," he said, taking out his phone. "I'll need everything you have on the Hamiltons. Photos, texts, access to social media, names of staff, especially long-term employees." I spent the next hour emptying my life with Nico onto Harlan's tablet. Photos from family gatherings, names of the housekeeper and gardener who'd always been kind to me, everything I could remember about Kennedy's friends and business associates. "What about Mila?" Harlan asked. "You mentioned she reached out." "I'm meeting her at 2. She says she knows about the tradition." He frowned. "I don't like that. It could be a setup." "I thought of that, but you should have seen Kennedy's face when she appeared. There's bad blood there, real bad blood. Still, public place, keep your phone on, and text me the address." He gathered his things. "I'll start digging today. And Rachel, watch yourself. People with money like theirs don't just protect it, they weaponize it." The cafe Mila chose was busy enough to feel safe but quiet enough for conversation. I spotted her immediately, dark hair cut in a sharp bob, Nico's eyes in a face unmarked by his perpetual need to please. She wore paint-splattered jeans and a leather jacket that had seen better days. "You came," she said as I sat down. "I wasn't sure you would." "Someone slipped a newspaper article under my door last night, about a missing Hamilton bride." I watched her face carefully. "Was that you?" She shook her head. "No, but I'm not surprised. There are people who've been waiting for someone like you, someone who might actually listen." "I'm listening." Mila glanced around before leaning forward. "The tradition isn't just a prenup. It's about control, complete control. The Hamilton women, my mother, my aunts, they believe marriage is about molding the perfect wife. The prenup is just the beginning." My stomach tightened. What does that mean? "It means once you're married, you belong to them. Your appearance, your schedule, who you talk to, where you go, all dictated by Kennedy. The family business always comes first. Always." "That's archaic, but hardly criminal," I said, though my voice wavered. "It gets worse." Mila's fingers tightened around her cup. "There's a ceremony before the wedding. They call it the cleansing. The bride is isolated for 3 days, subjected to—" She stopped, swallowing hard. "I've never gone through it, but I've seen what it does. Women go in with spirit and come out broken, compliant." The coffee turned bitter in my mouth. "And Nico? He knows about this?" Pain flashed across her face. "My brother is a good person trapped in a toxic system. He's been conditioned his whole life to accept the family's ways. To him, it's normal." "That's not an excuse," I said, anger rising. "No, it's not." Mila reached into her bag and pulled out a small photo album. "These are pictures of Hamilton brides, before and after." I flipped through pages of women's faces, bright-eyed and smiling in engagement photos, then vacant-eyed and stiff at their weddings. The transformation was subtle but unmistakable. "And Vanessa?" I asked quietly. "The woman who disappeared?" Mila's eyes darkened. She tried to run. My phone buzzed, a text from Nico. "We need to talk. I'm outside your apartment. Please come home." I showed Mila the message. "He's at my place. Don't go," she said immediately. "Not alone." "I won't." I stood up, suddenly needing air. "I need time to process this." "Rachel." Mila caught my wrist. "Be careful. My mother will do anything to protect the tradition. Anything." As I walked to my car, another text came through, this one from Harlan. "Found something. Meet me ASAP." Attached was a photo that made my heart stop. Nico, standing with Kennedy, and a stern-looking older man I'd never seen before, all three examining what looked like surveillance photos. Of me. My hands shook so badly I had to pull over. The surveillance photos were recent. Me entering my apartment building, meeting Camilla for lunch last week, even talking to Harlan this morning. The timestamp showed they were taken just hours ago. I called Harlan immediately. "Where did you get these?" I demanded when he answered. "From a contact at the security company the Hamiltons use," he said. "They've had you under surveillance for at least 2 weeks. Professional job. Why? What are they looking for?" "Control," Harlan said simply. "They're monitoring your movements, your contacts, especially now that you've connected with Mila." I glanced around the street, suddenly feeling exposed in my parked car. "I need to see you, now." "Not at your apartment, they're watching it. Meet me at the public library downtown, 3rd floor reference section, 30 minutes. I took a circuitous route, checking my rearview mirror obsessively for any cars that might be following me. The library felt safe, open, public, with multiple exits. I found Harlan among the stacks, pretending to browse legal reference books. "I've been digging into Vanessa's disappearance," he said without preamble. The official investigation was shut down prematurely. The detective assigned to the case was suddenly transferred, and his replacement closed it within weeks. "Let me guess. The Hamiltons have friends in the police department." "They have friends everywhere." Harlan handed me a folder. "But they couldn't silence everyone. Vanessa's sister tried to keep the investigation alive. She gave interviews claiming Vanessa had called her terrified the night before she disappeared. Said something about a cleansing ritual that was going to happen. My blood ran cold. That's what Mila mentioned, a ceremony called the cleansing. The sister died in a car accident 6 months later. Single vehicle crash, no witnesses. I sank into a nearby chair. "You think they killed her?" "I think powerful families protect themselves by any means necessary." Harlan sat across from me. "There's more. I found 3 other cases of women connected to the Hamiltons who either disappeared or died under questionable circumstances, all within weeks of their weddings." I opened the folder with trembling fingers. Police reports, newspaper clippings, photographs, all documenting a pattern spanning decades. "This is..." I couldn't find the words. "Criminal," Harlan finished, "but nearly impossible to prove without someone on the inside willing to talk." "Mila might," I said. "She seems to know a lot about the tradition." "Be careful with her. We don't know her motives yet." I looked up sharply. "You think she's working with them? You saw how Kennedy reacted to her. Family feuds can be complicated and convenient." Harlan leaned forward. "What exactly did she tell you about this cleansing ceremony?" I repeated Mila's explanation, watching his expression darken. "Sounds like ritualized psychological breaking," he said. "Isolation, sleep deprivation, emotional manipulation, classic techniques to make someone compliant." My phone buzzed with another text from Nico. "Please call me. I'm worried about you. We need to talk." "He won't stop," I muttered. "Use that," Harlan suggested. "We need information. Meet him somewhere public, see what he'll tell you." "You want me to talk to him? After seeing these?" I gestured to the surveillance photos. "I want you to get answers. Play along just enough to learn more." The idea made my stomach turn, but he was right. I texted Nico back. "Coffee shop on Main, 4 p.m., just to talk. Nico looked terrible, unshaven, dark circles under his eyes, hair uncombed. For a moment, seeing him hunched over his coffee cup, I felt a pang of the love I'd carried for 3 years. Then I remembered the surveillance photos. "Thank you for meeting me," he said as I sat down. "I've been going crazy worrying about you." "Have you?" I kept my voice neutral. "Or have you been keeping tabs on me some other way?" He flinched. "What does that mean?" "It means I know you've been having me followed." I leaned forward. "Why, Nico? What are you looking for?" "That's not—" He stopped, running a hand through his hair. "It's complicated." "Then uncomplicate it." He glanced around the coffee shop, lowering his voice. "My mother is concerned about outside influences. She thinks someone is trying to turn you against the family." "Someone like Mila?" His jaw tightened. "My sister doesn't understand our family. She left years ago, rejected everything we stand for." "And what exactly do you stand for?" I asked. "Controlling women? Breaking them down until they're obedient?" "That's not what the tradition is about," he insisted, but his eyes wouldn't meet mine. "Then tell me what it's about. Tell me about the cleansing." Nico went pale. "Who told you about that? Does it matter?" "I know, Nico. I know about the women who disappeared, who died. I know what happens before Hamilton weddings." "It's not what you think," he said desperately. "It's a spiritual preparation, a way to strengthen the marriage bond. By isolating and terrorizing the bride?" I kept my voice low, but intense. "By watching her every move?" "It's for protection." "Whose protection? Not mine." Nico reached for my hand. I pulled away. "Rachel, please, I love you. We can work through this. The tradition is important to my family, but we can modify it, make it less intense." For a moment, I almost believed him. The man I'd loved was still in there somewhere, trapped behind generations of toxic conditioning. "If you love me," I said carefully, "prove it. Tell me exactly what happens during the cleansing, every detail." His expression crumbled. "I can't. I've never been allowed to witness it. Only the women of the family participate." "But you know it hurts people. You know it's wrong." "It's tradition," he whispered, as if that explained everything. I stood up, suddenly exhausted. "Goodbye, Nico." "Wait!" He grabbed my wrist. "There's a family gathering next weekend, a pre-wedding ceremony. My mother expects you there." "I'm not marrying you." "Just come," he pleaded. "See for yourself what the family is really about. If you still want to leave after that, I won't stop you." As I walked away, my phone buzzed with a text from Harlan. "Hamilton estate security increased yesterday. Something's happening there soon. Be careful." The pieces clicked together. The gathering Nico mentioned wasn't just any ceremony. It was the cleansing, and they were preparing for me. "You're not seriously considering going to that estate," Camilla said, pacing my living room. "After everything you've learned?" I sat cross-legged on my couch, surrounded by printouts of Harlan's research. "I need to see it for myself, get evidence." "Evidence of what? That they're psychopaths?" "You already know that." She stopped pacing to face me. "Rachel, these people had you under surveillance. They may have killed women who tried to escape their sick tradition. Which is exactly why I need proof." I held up one of the police reports. "Look at this pattern. If I can document what happens at this ceremony, maybe I can stop it. Not just for me, but for whoever comes next." Camilla sat beside me, her voice softening. "I understand wanting justice, but this is dangerous. These people have money, connections. They've gotten away with this for generations." My phone buzzed with a text from Mila. "Heard you're considering the gathering. Need to talk ASAP." "See? Even Mila thinks it's a bad idea," Camilla said, reading over my shoulder. I texted back. "My apartment? 1 hour?" "I'm not going in blind," I assured Camilla. "I'll have a plan. Harlan's helping me." She gave me a searching look. "You trust him that much? You barely know him." The question caught me off guard. I'd been so focused on the Hamiltons that I hadn't questioned Harlan's motives. "He has his own reasons for helping," I said carefully. "He worked for them years ago. Something happened." "Something he's told you about?" "Not exactly." Camilla squeezed my hand. Just be careful who you trust right now. That includes Mila. And Harlan. Mila arrived looking agitated, checking over her shoulder as she entered my apartment. I think I was followed, she said. Kennedy's getting paranoid. She knows I've been talking to you. How would she know that? The same way she knows everything. Money in the right pockets. Mila paced the room, reminding me of Camilla earlier. You can't go to that gathering. It's a trap. I figured as much, I said. But it's also an opportunity. For what? To become another missing bride? She stopped pacing. The cleansing isn't just psychological torture, Rachel. It's a test. If you break the right way, you're in. If you resist, what happens if you resist? Mila's eyes darkened. Best case? They find a way to discredit you, spread rumors, destroy your reputation, make sure no one believes anything you say about them. Worst case? She gestured to the files spread across my coffee table. You've seen the pattern. Then I need to expose them before they can do that to me or anyone else. I pulled out my phone. I've been recording everything, my conversations with Nico, with you. I'm gathering evidence. That won't be enough. You need something concrete. Documents, witnesses willing to testify. Like you? I asked pointedly. Mila went still. I can't be your witness, Rachel. I never went through the cleansing. I left before my mother could force me into a strategic marriage. But you know about it. You've seen what it does to women. Knowing isn't the same as proving. She sat down heavily. And my testimony would be dismissed as the bitter ramblings of the family outcast. I studied her face, remembering Camilla's warning about trust. Why are you helping me, Mila? Really? Pain flashed across her features. Because I couldn't help Vanessa. The admission hung in the air between us. You knew her, I said softly. Mila nodded, eyes fixed on her hands. We were friends. I warned her about the family, about the cleansing. She tried to leave, but her voice broke. I should have done more. It wasn't your fault. Wasn't it? She looked up, eyes glistening. I knew what they were capable of, but I was too scared to stand against them openly. I just ran away, saved myself. The raw guilt in her voice felt genuine. I reached for her hand. Help me now, I said. Help me stop them. Harlan's office was in a converted warehouse downtown, sparse, functional, with filing cabinets lining the walls and a desk cluttered with documents. He looked up as I entered. You're still planning to go to the gathering, he said. Not a question. Yes, but I need your help setting it up right. I sat across from him. I need to be wired, with you monitoring nearby. He shook his head. Too risky. They'll be checking for devices. Then what do you suggest? Harlan leaned back in his chair. I have a contact who can get you a specialized recording device. Looks like a normal necklace, virtually undetectable. And you'll be nearby? As close as I can get without being spotted. He hesitated. There's something you should know before we go further. The serious tone in his voice made me tense. What? He pulled a file from his desk drawer. I haven't been entirely forthcoming about my history with the Hamiltons. I figured as much. I wasn't just security for them. He slid a photo across the desk, a younger version of himself in a suit, standing beside Kennedy. I was engaged to Kennedy's sister, Elaine. I stared at the photo, then at him. You were going to be part of the family? Until I discovered what happened to the women who married in. What the cleansing really was. His jaw tightened. I tried to get Elaine out. She wouldn't leave. Said I didn't understand the importance of tradition. What happened? They destroyed me. Fabricated evidence that I'd embezzled from the family company. I lost my job, my reputation, nearly went to prison. His eyes hardened. I've spent 20 years building a case against them. But they're careful, protected. I absorbed this revelation, understanding now why he'd agreed to help me so readily. So this isn't just about helping me, I said. It's about your vendetta. Does that change anything? He asked bluntly. I thought about Mila's guilt over Vanessa, about the women in those police reports, about what might happen to future Hamilton brides if no one stopped this cycle. "No," I said finally. "But I need to know you won't let your personal feelings endanger this operation. We need evidence, not revenge." Harlan nodded slowly. "Agreed." As I left his office, my phone rang. Nico. "The gathering has been moved up," he said without preamble. "It's tomorrow night. Mother insists you attend." My heart raced. "That's very sudden." "Please, Rachel, just come, for me." I closed my eyes, steadying my voice. "I'll be there." The trap was being set, but this time I wouldn't be the prey. The Hamilton estate loomed against the darkening sky, its manicured grounds and stone facade more fortress than home. I sat in my car at the end of the long driveway, fingers absently touching the pendant around my neck, the recording device Harlan had provided, disguised as a simple silver locket. "Testing, testing," I whispered, knowing he was parked somewhere nearby, listening. "I'm going in." My phone buzzed with his response. "Signal clear. Remember the exit strategy. First sign of danger, use the code word, and I'm coming in." The code word was Phoenix. Simple, unlikely to come up in normal conversation. I took a deep breath, checked my appearance one last time in the rearview mirror, and drove toward the house. A valet took my keys at the circular driveway. Through the windows, I could see people moving inside. Women in cocktail dresses, men in suits. This wasn't the intimate family gathering Nico had described. There had to be at least 50 people here. Kennedy opened the door before I could knock, her smile tight and practiced. "Rachel, darling, we weren't sure you'd come." I said I would. I kept my voice neutral, accepting her air kiss beside my cheek. "Nico will be so pleased. He's been absolutely distraught." She linked her arm through mine, guiding me inside. "Everyone's eager to meet you properly. The future Mrs. Hamilton." The title made my skin crawl, but I forced a smile. Quite a crowd for a family gathering. The Hamiltons have many branches, dear, and friends who are practically family. Her grip tightened slightly. "I've taken the liberty of selecting your outfit for the ceremony. It's tradition." I thought the ceremony wasn't until later this week. Kennedy's laugh tinkled like ice in a glass. "Plans change. We've moved everything up. The cleansing begins tonight." My heart hammered against my ribs. Tonight. Not just a gathering, the actual ceremony. I wasn't prepared for this. "Tonight?" I kept my voice steady with effort. "That's rather sudden." "When something is meant to be, why wait?" She steered me toward a group of older women watching us with predatory interest. "Ladies, our guest of honor has arrived." The next hour passed in a blur of introductions and veiled comments. Kennedy's friends, other matriarchs of wealthy families, circled me like sharks, asking pointed questions about my background, my career intentions, my willingness to embrace tradition. I played my part, smiling and deflecting, all while scanning the room for Nico. He was conspicuously absent. "Looking for someone?" A man's voice startled me. I turned to find an older gentleman watching me with Kennedy's eyes. "You must be Kennedy's father," I said, recognizing him from photos. "Indeed." He sipped his scotch. "And you're the woman who's causing such a stir in our family." I wasn't aware I was causing a stir. His smile didn't reach his eyes. A bride who questions tradition always does, though most are wise enough to keep their questions private. The threat in his words was unmistakable. Before I could respond, Kennedy reappeared at my side. "Father, you're monopolizing our guest." She turned to me. "It's time to prepare you for the ceremony. The women are gathering upstairs." This was happening too fast. I needed more time, more information before being isolated with them. "I was hoping to see Nico first," I said. "Men aren't part of this portion of the evening," Kennedy replied smoothly. "Tradition dictates the bride be prepared by the women of the family." "Prepared how exactly?" I asked, my voice sharper than intended. Several nearby conversations paused. Kennedy's smile tightened. "All will be explained upstairs, dear. Now come along." She took my elbow in a grip that brooked no argument. As she led me toward the grand staircase, I caught sight of a familiar face across the room. Mila, dressed in an elegant black dress that made her nearly unrecognizable. Our eyes met briefly before she looked away, her expression unreadable. What was she doing here? We'd agreed she would stay away, monitor communications with Harlan. Something was wrong. Kennedy noticed my distraction. "Ah, I see you've spotted my wayward daughter. Surprising, isn't it? After all these years, she's finally decided to rejoin the family for an important occasion." "You invited her?" I couldn't keep the disbelief from my voice. Family is family, despite past disagreements. Kennedy's smile turned predatory. Blood always tells in the end. My mind raced. Had Mila betrayed me, or was she here to help? I had no way of knowing, and no time to find out as Kennedy led me up the stairs toward a set of double doors at the end of the hallway. "The cleansing room," she announced with reverent pride. "Every Hamilton bride has passed through these doors for 7 generations." She pushed them open to reveal a large, windowless room where a dozen women stood in a semicircle. In the center sat a single chair beneath a harsh spotlight. The walls were lined with mirrors, reflecting the scene in infinite regression. "Welcome to your rebirth, Rachel," Kennedy said. "Tonight, you shed your old self and become worthy of the Hamilton name." The doors closed behind us with a heavy thud. I glanced around, noting with rising panic that there was no obvious exit except the way we'd come in, now blocked by 2 stern-faced older women. "Where's Nico?" I demanded, my voice echoing in the silent room. "Preparing in his own way," Kennedy replied. "Men and women have separate roles in this tradition. Now please change into this." She held out a simple white shift dress. "I'm not changing until someone explains exactly what this cleansing involves." The women exchanged glances. One of them, a silver-haired woman with Kennedy's sharp features, stepped forward. "The resistant ones are always the most satisfying to break," she said softly. "By dawn, you'll be begging to comply." In that moment, I realized the terrible truth. I wasn't here to gather evidence. I was already trapped in the ceremony itself. "Phoenix," I whispered into my pendant. "Phoenix." Nothing happened. No Harlan bursting through the door, no rescue. The pendant around my neck suddenly felt like dead weight. "Something wrong, dear?" Kennedy asked, noticing my whisper. I straightened my spine. "I'm not participating in this." "I'm afraid that's not an option," she nodded to the women flanking me. They moved closer, hemming me in. "The cleansing happens with or without your cooperation." My mind raced. If Harlan wasn't responding, something had gone wrong. I was on my own. "What exactly are you going to do to me?" I demanded, playing for time. The silver-haired woman, Kennedy's mother, I assumed, circled me slowly. "First, we strip away your defenses, then your resistance. Finally, your misguided notions of independence." She touched my cheek with cold fingers. "By morning, you'll understand your place in this family." "And if I don't?" Kennedy's smile chilled me. "Everyone breaks eventually. Some just require stronger methods." A door at the far end of the room opened, and Mila slipped in. Our eyes met briefly before she took her place in the circle, face unreadable. "How unexpected," Kennedy said, eyeing her daughter. "Returning for the cleansing after all these years." "I wouldn't miss this one," Mila replied, her voice flat. The betrayal stung worse than I'd imagined. I'd trusted her, believed her story about Vanessa, her guilt, her desire to help. "Let's begin," Kennedy announced. "Rachel, remove your jewelry and change into the dress." I clutched my pendant. "No." 2 women stepped forward, reaching for me. I backed away. "Don't touch me," I warned. "This defiance is tedious," Kennedy sighed. "Mila, since you've decided to participate, make yourself useful. Help our bride prepare." Mila approached slowly, eyes downcast. When she reached me, she leaned in as if to take my necklace. "Trust me," she whispered, so softly I barely heard it. "Play along until I signal." Before I could process her words, the doors burst open. Nico stood there, breathing hard. "Mother, stop this," he demanded. Kennedy turned, surprise quickly masked by irritation. "Nico, you know men aren't permitted during the cleansing." "I don't care about permission." He entered the room, eyes finding mine. "Rachel, I'm sorry. I didn't know they were starting tonight. I just found out." You knew what they were planning to do, I said, voice shaking with anger. You've always known. Guilt flashed across his face. I didn't understand before, but I do now. He turned to his mother. This ends tonight. All of it. Kennedy laughed, the sound brittle. Don't be dramatic. Every Hamilton bride undergoes the cleansing. It's tradition. A tradition of psychological torture, I said loudly, of breaking women until they're compliant, of making them disappear if they resist. The room went silent. Several of the younger women exchanged uneasy glances. Careful, Rachel, Kennedy warned. Accusations without proof are slander. I have proof. I touched my pendant. I've been recording everything. Kennedy's composure slipped for the first time. Search her, she ordered. Before anyone could move, Mila stepped between us. That won't be necessary. She pulled out her phone. I've been recording too, for years. Murmurs rippled through the room. Kennedy's face contorted with rage. You ungrateful little... I have recordings of you discussing Vanessa, Mila continued, voice steady, planning how to handle her when she threatened to expose the cleansing, arranging her disappearance. The color drained from Kennedy's face. You're lying. Am I? Mila held up her phone. Shall I play it for everyone, for the police? You wouldn't dare. You're a Hamilton. That stopped meaning anything to me the night Vanessa disappeared. Mila's voice cracked. I should have spoken up then. I won't make that mistake again. For a moment, no one moved. Then Kennedy lunged for Mila's phone. I reacted instinctively, stepping between them. Kennedy's nails raked my cheek as Nico pulled his mother back. Enough, he shouted. Mother, this is over. You choose her over family, Kennedy hissed. Over tradition? I choose what's right, he said quietly. The doors burst open again. Harlan stood there, with 2 uniformed police officers. Sorry for the delay, he said to me. Had to convince these gentlemen of the urgency. One of the officers stepped forward. We received reports of potential kidnapping and assault. Is everyone all right here? No, I said firmly. We're not. And we have evidence of crimes far worse than assault. Kennedy's mother stepped forward, her aristocratic composure intact. Officers, this is a private family gathering. There's been a misunderstanding. Play the recording, I told Mila. She hesitated, looking around the room at the women who had once been her family. For a terrible moment, I thought she would back down. Then she pressed play. Kennedy's voice filled the room. If she won't comply with the cleansing, she can't be allowed to leave. Not alive. Not with what she knows. Another voice, her mother's. The mountain property would be suitable. Accidents happen there all the time. Kennedy lunged for the phone again, but the officers intercepted her. Kennedy Hamilton, you need to come with us, one said, taking her arm. This is absurd. Do you know who I am? She snarled. Yes, ma'am, that's why we brought backup. More officers entered the room. The women of the Hamilton family watched in stunned silence as Kennedy was handcuffed and led away, still protesting her innocence, her importance, her power. In the chaos that followed, Nico found me. Rachel, I held up my hand. Not now. I walked to Mila, who stood alone, watching her mother being taken away. Thank you, I said simply. She nodded, eyes glistening. I should have done it years ago. As we walked out of the cleansing room together, I felt the weight of generations of silenced women lifting. The tradition was broken, and in its place, something new could begin. The Hamilton estate felt different in daylight, less imposing, more hollow. Yellow police tape crossed the entrance to the cleansing room as officers moved through the house, collecting evidence. I sat in the sunroom, watching them work, the events of the night before still reverberating through me. Coffee? Harlan appeared beside me, offering a steaming mug. Thanks. I took it, wincing as the movement pulled at the bandage on my cheek where Kennedy's nails had left their mark. Any updates? They're searching the mountain property Mila's recording mentioned. If Vanessa's remains are there... He didn't need to finish the sentence. I nodded, sipping the bitter coffee. Where's Mila? Giving her statement? Again. Harlan sat across from me. She's been thorough, Seems she's been gathering evidence for years, waiting for the right moment. Or the right ally, I murmured. A detective approached us, notebook in hand. Ms. Foster, we have a few more questions about the ceremony. I spent the next hour recounting details: the white dress, the circle of women, the mirrors designed to disorient. The detective's face remained professional, but I caught flickers of horror as the full picture emerged. "And you believe this has happened to how many women?" he asked. "At least one per generation," I said. "Possibly more. The successful cleansings resulted in compliant wives. The failures—" I trailed off, thinking of Vanessa. "We'll need statements from other Hamilton brides," he said, making notes. "Good luck with that," Harlan interjected. "Fear and shame are powerful silencers." "So is justice," I countered, surprising myself with my conviction. "Once they see Kennedy facing consequences, others might come forward." The detective nodded and left us. Through the window, I watched Nico sitting alone on a garden bench, head in his hands. "Have you spoken to him?" Harlan asked, following my gaze. "Not yet." I set down my mug. I'm not sure what to say. The truth might be a good start. Nico looked up as I approached, his eyes red-rimmed and exhausted. "Hey," I said, sitting beside him. "Hey." He stared at the bandage on my cheek. "I'm sorry, for all of it." "I know." We sat in silence, the weight of everything between us. "When did you know?" I finally asked. "About what really happened during the cleansing?" He exhaled slowly. "I suspected for years. The way the brides changed afterward, like something inside them had been extinguished. But I told myself it was just nerves, adjustment to family life." He looked at me. "Until Mila came to me last week." "She came to you?" This was news to me. "After you two met, she showed me some of her evidence, told me what really happened to Vanessa." His voice cracked. I didn't want to believe it. My own mother. "But you did believe it," I said. "You came to the ceremony last night." "Too late." Bitterness edged his words. "I should have stopped it years ago. Should have questioned why my sister really left. Should have protected you from the beginning." I studied his face, the face I'd loved, trusted, planned a future with. I still saw the good man I'd fallen for. But now I also saw his weakness, his complicity through silence. "What happens now?" he asked quietly. "Kennedy will face charges, serious ones, if they find Vanessa's remains." I meant with us. I'd been asking myself the same question all night. "I don't know, Nico. Too much has happened." He nodded, accepting this. "Whatever you decide, I'll respect it. And I'll testify against my mother. About everything I knew or should have known. It wasn't enough to rebuild what we'd lost, but it was something." I found Mila in the library, staring at a family portrait on the wall. "Quite the family," I said, joining her. "Former family." She turned to me. "The detective says they've found something at the mountain property. They're not confirming it's Vanessa yet, but—" Her voice trembled. I took her hand. "You did it. You got justice for her." "We did." She squeezed my hand. "I couldn't have done it alone. I tried for years, but I was too afraid to make the final move." "Why me?" I asked. "Why risk reaching out?" She smiled sadly. "Because you reminded me of myself before I ran away. Strong, but vulnerable to their manipulation. When I saw your engagement announcement, I knew I had to try." A thought struck me. "The newspaper clipping under my door, that was you?" She nodded. "I needed you to start asking questions. I'm sorry for the secrecy, but I had to be careful. Kennedy still had people watching me. And last night, I thought you'd betrayed me when you showed up. I needed to be inside, to make sure the recording captured everything." She looked down. "I was terrified it wouldn't work." "But it did," I said firmly. "It's over." The media descended within hours, reporters clamoring for statements about the prominent Hamilton family's dark secret. I declined all interviews, despite Harlan's suggestion that publicity would help the case. "This isn't about exposure," I told him as we watched the news vans from the kitchen window. "It's about ending the cycle." "And what about you?" he asked. "What's next for Rachel Foster?" I hadn't thought beyond surviving the night, beyond exposing the truth. Now, possibilities stretched before me, a life unbound by the Hamilton legacy, undefined by their traditions. I don't know yet, I admitted, but for the first time, it feels like my choice. Later, I stood alone on the estate's vast lawn, watching the sunset paint the mansion in golden light. My phone buzzed with a text from Camilla. "Coming to get you. You're staying with me tonight. No arguments." I smiled, feeling a warmth that had nothing to do with the fading sun. Family wasn't about blood or traditions or names. It was about the people who stood beside you in darkness, who helped you find your voice when others tried to silence it. As I walked away from the Hamilton estate for the final time, I didn't look back. Some traditions weren't worth preserving, and some cycles were meant to be broken.
The phone buzzed again, the fourth time in an hour. I didn't need to check the caller ID to know it was Gareth. My fingers hovered over the screen before I finally gave in and answered. "Quinn, thank God. I've been trying to reach you all morning." His voice carried that familiar urgency that always preceded a request for money. "I'm Quinn Fisher, and I've spent the last decade being my younger brother's personal bank." The irony? I work as an accountant, watching other people's money grow while my own savings account bleeds dry from family emergencies. "I'm at work, Gareth. What is it this time?" I tried keeping my voice neutral, though my coworkers probably noticed me gripping my coffee mug a little too tightly. "It's just, I'm in a bit of a situation. The bank's threatening to repossess the car, and Tatum doesn't know. I need $8,000 by Friday." The mug nearly slipped from my hand. $8,000? Are you kidding me? What happened to the money I lent you last month for the mortgage? "Look, things got complicated. Some investments didn't pan out." "Investments?" I cut him off, my voice rising. "You mean gambling?" "They weren't games of chance, Quinn. I had insider information." "Which makes it worse." I massaged my temples, aware of my colleagues, pretending not to listen. "Gareth, I can't keep doing this. I'm not made of money." "You're single with no kids. Where else does your money go?" The entitlement in his voice made my blood boil. "Besides, it's what family does. Mom and Dad would have wanted us to look out for each other." The parent card. He always played it when backed into a corner. "Don't bring them into this," I warned, standing up and walking to the break room for privacy. "They wouldn't have wanted you gambling away your daughter's college fund." "So you're not going to help?" His tone shifted from pleading to accusatory. "Real nice, Quinn. Real nice. You know what? This is why you're alone. You're nothing but a selfish spinster who cares more about her bank balance than her own family." The words hit like a physical blow. Before I could respond, he hung up. My phone buzzed again, this time with a text from Nicole. "Lunch? You look like you could use a break." I glanced through the break room window to see my best friend waving from her desk across the office. Working at the same firm had its perks. 20 minutes later, we sat at our usual corner table at Mario's, where Nicole waited patiently for me to spill. $8,000, I finally said, stabbing at my salad. "That's what he needs this time. Please tell me you're not considering it." Nicole leaned forward, her fork frozen midway to her mouth. "I don't know what to do anymore. He's my brother, Nicole. If I don't help him, Tatum and the kids could end up homeless. And if you do help him, you'll be enabling him. Again." She set down her fork. "How much have you given him over the years?" I did the mental calculation and felt sick. Close to 90,000. Jesus Christ, Quinn, that's a down payment on a house." I know. I pushed my plate away, appetite gone. But every time I try to say no, he brings up our parents or guilt trips me about being single and childless, like that somehow makes my money less valuable. "He called you a selfish spinster, didn't he?" Nicole's eyes narrowed at my expression. "That little shit. You know what? Let him lose the car. Let him face consequences for once in his life." My phone buzzed again, another text from Gareth. "I'm sorry about what I said, but I really need your help. Please don't let me down." The worst part? I showed Nicole the text. "He's not sorry about what he said. He's sorry he might not get the money." "Then don't give it to him." Nicole reached across the table and squeezed my hand. "You're not responsible for his bad decisions." "But what about Tatum? The kids? Maybe it's time they knew the truth about their family's finances." Nicole checked her watch. "We should head back. But Quinn, promise me you'll at least think about saying no this time." I nodded, but my mind was already racing through possibilities. The lakeside property our parents left us came to mind. Gareth's share was still in my name because he'd been too irresponsible to manage it. Maybe it was time to make some changes. As we walked back to the office, another text came through. I need an answer by tonight. Don't let your family down again. Something inside me snapped. For the first time in years, I felt a strange sense of clarity. Maybe it was time to show my dear brother exactly what letting family down looked like. That evening, I found myself digging through the filing cabinet in my home office, pulling out folders of receipts and bank statements. Each piece of paper told the same story: my brother's endless financial drain on my life. The doorbell rang, making me jump. I opened it to find Carmen, our old family friend and neighbor, holding a casserole dish. Thought you could use some dinner, she said, pushing past me into the kitchen. Nicole called, said you were having a rough day. I managed a weak smile. She shouldn't have bothered you. Nonsense. Carmen started pulling plates from my cupboard like she owned the place. Now sit down and tell me what that brother of yours has done this time. Over Carmen's famous lasagna, I recounted the day's events. She listened quietly, her expression growing darker with each detail. Remember when Gareth first came to you for money? She asked, refilling my wine glass. Right after your parents' funeral? $5,000, I said automatically. He said it was for Tatum's medical bills. And what was it really for? I pushed my food around the plate. Sports betting. I found out 6 months later when his bookie showed up at my door. Carmen set down her fork with a clang. And that time he swore he needed money for his daughter's braces. Poker tournament in Vegas. The memories were flooding back now. Or when he claimed his car was totaled. But it wasn't, was it? No. He'd sold it to cover other debts and needed money for a new one. I took a long sip of wine. God, I've been such an idiot. Not an idiot, Carmen corrected. Just someone who loves her brother too much for her own good. My phone buzzed again. Another text from Gareth. Still waiting for an answer. The bank needs the money by Friday. Carmen read the message over my shoulder and snorted. The bank or his bookie? Does it matter anymore? I stood up and started pacing. He's never going to change, not as long as I'm his safety net. So remove the net. I stopped pacing. What? Remove the net, Carmen repeated. Let him fall. Sometimes hitting rock bottom is the only way people learn to climb. I resumed my pacing, but slower now. He'll hate me. He already takes advantage of you. What's worse? Before I could answer, my heel caught on the corner of an old box, sending papers scattering across the floor. As I bent to collect them, a familiar blue folder caught my eye. The lake house deed, I whispered, pulling it out. Carmen leaned forward. The property your parents left you both? Yes, but... I flipped through the documents, my hands shaking. They put it in my name because Gareth was going through his divorce from his first wife. We were supposed to transfer his half once things settled, but you never did, Carmen finished, understanding dawning on her face. I stared at the papers, an idea forming. The property's worth at least $500,000, maybe more now. Enough to cover all his debts, Carmen said slowly. And then some? My phone buzzed again. Quinn, answer me. Don't be selfish. Something cold and hard settled in my chest. You know what's funny? He's never once thanked me. Not really. It's always been about what I owe him, what I should do as family. Carmen watched me carefully. And what do you think you should do? I picked up my phone and opened my contacts, scrolling until I found Dante, the real estate agent who'd helped me buy my condo. Quinn? Carmen's voice held a note of concern. I'm doing what family does, I said, pressing the call button. I'm looking out for him. One last time. Dante answered on the second ring. Quinn, long time no hear. Hi, Dante. Remember that lakefront property I mentioned a while back? I think I'm ready to sell. There was a pause on the other end. The whole property? Both shares? Yes, I said, my voice stronger than I expected. All of it. Well, actually, Dante's voice took on an excited edge. I might have a buyer already interested. Developer's been eyeing that area for months. I caught Carmen's eye, saw her slight nod of approval. Perfect, I said. How quickly can we make this happen? If you're serious, we could have papers drawn up by Friday. Friday? The same day Gareth needed the money. The universe had a sense of humor after all. Let's do it, I said, ignoring the way my hands trembled. Send me the paperwork tomorrow. After hanging up, I finally replied to Gareth's text. Don't worry, I'll have your money by Friday. Carmen stood up, gathering her dishes. You know there's no going back from this, right? I looked at the deed in my hands, thinking of all the summers we'd spent at that lake house as kids, before Gareth learned to manipulate, before I learned to enable. Some bridges, I said quietly, need to burn. The next morning, I met Nicole and her brother Adam at our usual coffee spot before work. I needed level heads to talk me through what I was about to do. You're actually going to sell it? Nicole leaned forward, her cappuccino forgotten. The whole property? Already in motion. I pulled out the preliminary paperwork Dante had emailed. The developer is offering $600,000. Adam whistled low. That's a lot of burning bridges. More like nuclear warfare, Nicole added, scanning the documents. Gareth's going to lose his mind when he finds out. He lost his mind years ago, I said, taking back the papers, along with about 90,000 of my dollars. A text buzzed through. Gareth again. Got the bank breathing down my neck. You said you'd have the money by Friday? I showed them the message. Adam's expression darkened. Does he ever ask how you are? Or is it always about money? Take a wild guess. I typed back a quick working on it before putting my phone away. Have you thought about Tatum? Nicole asked carefully. She has no idea about any of this, does she? The guilt I'd been suppressing bubbled up. No, Gareth's kept her in the dark about everything, the gambling, the debts, the money he's borrowed from me. Then maybe this is the wake-up call they both need, Adam said firmly. Sometimes the kindest thing you can do for someone is let them face reality. My phone rang. Dante this time. I stepped outside to take the call. Quinn, great news. His voice crackled with excitement. The developer wants to move fast. They're offering cash and they'll cover all closing costs. We could close by Thursday. My heart skipped. Thursday? That's tomorrow. Too soon? We can push it back. No, I said quickly. Thursday's perfect. Send me whatever you need signed. Back inside, Nicole and Adam were deep in conversation, but fell silent when I returned. What? I asked, noting their expressions. Adam had an idea, Nicole said slowly, about what to do with the money after paying off Gareth's debts. Adam cleared his throat. You should invest the rest. For your future. No more sacrificing everything for someone who gives nothing back. He's family, I said automatically, then caught myself. God listened to me. Still making excuses. Old habits. Nicole said gently. But maybe it's time for new ones. My phone buzzed again, this time a text from Tatum. Quinn, is everything okay? Gareth's been acting strange, says you're helping with some financial stuff. I showed the others. What do I even say to that? Nothing yet, Adam advised. Let things play out. She needs to hear the truth from her husband, not her sister-in-law. Speaking of truth, Nicole added, you should probably warn Carmen. She's still their neighbor at the lake house, right? I nodded, already pulling up Carmen's number. She answered immediately. The developer just made an offer, I said without preamble. We're closing tomorrow. A long pause. That fast? Is it too fast? No, she said firmly. Quick and clean, like ripping off a Band-Aid. But Quinn, I saw Tatum at the lake house yesterday. She was talking about their summer plans. My stomach lurched. They don't know they won't have access anymore. No, they don't. Carmen's voice softened. Are you sure about this? Before I could answer, Dante called again. Quinn, the developer's lawyer just sent over the final contracts. I'm emailing them now. Once you sign, there's no going back. I looked at Nicole and Adam, saw their encouraging nods. Send them through, I said, my voice steady. I'll sign them right away. After hanging up, I checked my email. There it was, the document that would change everything. My finger hovered over the download button. You know what this means, right? Adam said quietly. Once you sign, you're not just selling a property. You're forcing Gareth to face every choice he's ever made. And every choice I've enabled him to make, I added, clicking download. Maybe it's time we both faced some hard truths. Nicole squeezed my hand. Want us to stay while you sign? I shook my head. No, this is something I need to do alone. As they left, my phone lit up with one final text from Gareth. Thanks for coming through, sis. I knew I could count on you. I stared at the message, then at the contracts waiting for my signature. With steady hands, I picked up my pen. Sometimes being counted on meant doing the hard thing, not the easy one. "You're welcome, little brother," I whispered and began to sign. The closing meeting felt surreal. I sat in Dante's office, watching as the developer's representative slid check after check across the polished conference table. One for the property, one for the furnishings, even one for leaving the boat in the boathouse. "Just need your final signature here," Dante said, pointing to the last line. "And it's done." My hand trembled slightly as I signed. $625,000. The property had been worth even more than we'd thought. "Congratulations," the developer's rep said, standing to shake my hand. "We'll begin construction next month." Construction? They were going to tear down our childhood home and build luxury condos. I forced a smile and excused myself, practically running to the bathroom. Nicole was waiting outside, having taken an extended lunch break to be there for moral support. "You okay?" "No," I admitted, splashing water on my face. "But I will be." "Have you figured out how you're going to tell him?" I dried my hands, checking my phone. 3 missed calls from Gareth. Not yet. First, I need to fix his mess." We headed straight to the bank where I transferred enough money to cover Gareth's car loan and his mortgage payments. Then to his credit card companies, clearing balance after balance. By late afternoon, I'd paid off every debt I knew about. "That's $78,000, I said, staring at the remaining balance in my account. "How does someone rack up that much debt without their wife knowing?" "Practice," Nicole replied dryly. "Lots of practice." My phone rang again. Gareth. This time I answered. "Quinn, where have you been? The bank's been calling all day about payments hitting my accounts. Did you rob a bank or something?" "Or something," I said quietly. "All your debts are paid. Gareth, every single one." A long pause. "How? Does it matter? Isn't this what you wanted?" I Yes, but he sounded confused, almost suspicious. "Quinn, where did you get this kind of money?" "Maybe we should talk about that in person. Tomorrow?" "No, tell me now. What did you do?" I took a deep breath. "I sold the lake house." The silence that followed was deafening. Then, "You what?" "I sold it. To developers. They're building condos. You can't That's not half of that property is mine." His voice rose with each word. "Actually, no. The deed was in my name. Remember? We never transferred your half after your divorce? Because you said we didn't need to." He was shouting now. "You said it didn't matter because we're family." "And families are supposed to look out for each other," I said, my voice hardening. "Not bleed each other dry. I'm calling my lawyer." "Go ahead. The sale's already final. The property's being demolished next month." A crash on his end, something being thrown. "You vindictive bitch! Does Tatum know? The kids? We were supposed to spend the summer there." "Maybe you should have thought about that before gambling away their college fund." Another crash. "I'm coming over." "No, you're not." I surprised myself with how calm I sounded. "We'll talk tomorrow when you've had time to process this." "Process this? Process this? You just sold our family home." "And you just lost it," I said quietly. Funny how consequences work, isn't it? I hung up before he could respond. My hands were shaking, but not from fear. For the first time in years, I felt free. Nicole touched my arm. "You okay?" "No." I laughed, a slightly hysterical sound. "But I think I will be." My phone started buzzing with texts. From Tatum. "What's going on? Gareth's freaking out about the lake house." From Carmen. "He just peeled out of his driveway like a madman. Want me to come over?" From Adam. "Nicole told me. Stay at our place tonight if you need to." "Come on," Nicole said, taking my arm. "Let's get you home. Adam's ordering pizza and we're having a sleepover." "I should face him." "Not tonight," she said firmly. "Tonight you need to process what you've done. Tomorrow's soon enough for the fallout." As we drove to her place, I got one final text from Gareth. "Hope you're happy. You've destroyed this family." I stared at the message for a long moment before typing back. "No, Gareth, you did that all on your own. I just stopped helping you hide it." Then I turned off my phone. Tomorrow would bring what it would bring, but for tonight I'd done what needed to be done. The money was gone, the debts were paid, and the lake house. Well, sometimes you had to burn down the past to build a better future, even if that future came with luxury condos. The pounding on my front door started at 7 a.m. sharp. I'd barely gotten home from Nicole's, hadn't even made coffee yet. "Open the damn door, Quinn!" Gareth's voice carried through the wood. "I know you're in there." I took a deep breath and opened it. Gareth burst in, Tatum right behind him. His eyes were bloodshot, his clothes rumpled like he hadn't slept. Tatum looked shell-shocked, clutching her purse like a shield. "Tell her," Gareth demanded, gesturing wildly at his wife. "Tell her what you did." I met Tatum's confused gaze. "I sold the lake house." "You had no right." Gareth slammed his fist against my wall. "That property was half mine." "Was it?" I walked to my desk, pulled out a folder. "Because these bank statements say otherwise. Would you like to explain them to Tatum?" Tatum stepped forward hesitantly. "What bank statements?" "Don't," Gareth warned me. "No, I think it's time." I handed Tatum the folder. "Every loan, every bailout, every time your husband came to me for money over the past 10 years, nearly $90,000 in total." Tatum's hands trembled as she flipped through the pages. "This can't be right. We don't have these debts anymore," Gareth cut in, "because Quinn sold our family property without consulting anyone." "Your gambling debts," I corrected. "Your credit card debt, your car loans." Tatum's head snapped up. "Gambling?" "It wasn't gambling," Gareth protested. "They were investments. Sports betting is not investing." I pulled out more papers. "Neither is poker or online casinos or whatever else you've been hiding from your wife." Tatum sank onto my couch, still clutching the statements. "The kids' college fund. You said it was in a special high-yield account." "Tatum?" Gareth started. "Did you gamble away our children's future?" Her voice was barely a whisper. The silence was answer enough. "I paid it all off," I said quietly. "Every debt, every loan. He's starting fresh." "With money you stole from me," Gareth shouted. "Money I protected from you," I shot back. "What would you have done with your half, Gareth? Bet it on the next big game? The next sure thing?" "That's not." "Then what was your plan?" I stepped closer. "Because the bank was about to repossess your car. Your mortgage was 3 months behind. Your credit cards were maxed out. What exactly was your plan?" "I would have figured something out." "Like you always do." Tatum's voice cut through our argument. "By going to your sister? By lying to me?" She stood up suddenly, swaying slightly. Gareth reached for her, but she jerked away. "Don't touch me." She pressed her hand to her forehead. "I think I'm going to be—" She didn't finish the sentence before her eyes rolled back and she crumpled. Gareth caught her before she hit the floor. "Tatum? Baby?" He lowered her to the couch, patting her cheeks. "Wake up!" I was already dialing 911 when her eyes fluttered open. "I'm fine," she mumbled, trying to sit up. "Just overwhelmed." "The paramedics are on their way," I said, hanging up. "I said I'm fine." But she looked anything but fine, her face ashen. "You're getting checked out," Gareth insisted, his anger temporarily forgotten in concern for his wife. We sat in tense silence until the paramedics arrived. As they checked Tatum's vitals, my phone buzzed with a text from Carmen. "Saw the ambulance. Everyone okay?" Tatum fainted. I typed back. "Being checked now. Low blood pressure," one paramedic announced. "Probably stress-induced, but we should take her in for observation, just to be safe." As they helped Tatum onto the stretcher, she grabbed my hand. "The lake house? It's really gone?" I nodded. "I'm sorry. I know you loved it there." "Not as much as I loved believing my husband was honest with me." She let go, allowing the paramedics to wheel her out. Gareth followed, then turned at the door. "This isn't over." "Yes, it is." I met his gaze steadily. "The money's gone. The property's sold. And your wife finally knows the truth. It's over, Gareth. You just don't know how to stop. You've ruined everything." "No," I said softly. "I just stopped letting you ruin me." He slammed the door so hard my windows rattled. Through them, I watched the ambulance pull away, Gareth's car following close behind. My phone buzzed again, Nicole this time. "Just heard from Adam. Need company?" I stared at the scattered papers, the evidence of a decade of enabling, of a lifetime of manipulation. No, I replied. I think I need to be alone right now. Sometimes the aftermath of a storm was quieter than the storm itself, but that didn't make it any less devastating. 3 days after Tatum's collapse, I sat in my garden, pulling weeds with perhaps more force than necessary. My phone had been suspiciously quiet. No calls from Gareth, no texts from Tatum. Just silence. You're going to kill those poor plants. Carmen's voice came from over the fence. She held up a bottle of wine. Need a break? Minutes later, we sat on my patio, the evening sun casting long shadows across the yard. Heard anything? Carmen asked, pouring generous glasses. Radio silence, but the gossip spreading. I took a long sip. My aunt called to tell me I'm heartless. 2 cousins unfriended me on Facebook. Even my mother's old bridge club is taking sides. And how are you holding up? Before I could answer, a car pulled into my driveway, Adam's SUV. He got out carrying a manila envelope. Sorry to interrupt, he said, joining us on the patio, but you need to see this. He pulled out a newspaper, our local weekly. There, in the business section, was a photo of the lake house with the headline, Historic Lakefront Property to Become Luxury Development. It's not the article you need to see, Adam said, flipping to the classifieds. Look. There, in the employment section, was a small notice. Position terminated. Gareth Fisher, Senior Account Manager. My stomach dropped. He lost his job. Apparently, the gambling wasn't just personal. Adam said quietly. He was placing bets from his work computer, using company time, company resources. Oh, God. I set down my wine glass before I could drop it. Did they press charges? No, but they're not giving him references either. He's basically unemployable in his field now. Carmen reached for the paper. Does Tatum know? She's staying with her sister, Adam said, taking some time to process everything, according to Nicole. My phone buzzed. Speak of the devil. A text from Tatum. Can we talk? Alone? She wants to meet, I told them, showing the message. Are you going to? Carmen asked. I have to. I typed back a quick response, suggesting a coffee shop downtown. Want backup? Adam offered. I shook my head. This is between us. An hour later, I sat in the coffee shop, watching Tatum approach through the window. She looked tired, older somehow, like the past few days had aged her years. Thanks for meeting me, she said, sliding into the seat across from me. I ordered your usual. We sat in awkward silence until our drinks arrived. I found more statements, she finally said, pulling papers from her bag. Hidden in his golf bag. Credit cards I didn't know existed. Loans from people I've never heard of. Tatum? No, let me finish. She spread the papers on the table. All these years, I thought we were doing well, planning for our future, our kids' futures. But it was all a lie, wasn't it? And you knew. I knew about the money he borrowed from me, I admitted. I didn't know about all this. Why didn't you tell me? Would you have believed me? She stared into her coffee. No, probably not. Another silence fell. He lost his job, she said finally. Did you know? I nodded. Just found out today. He's talking about suing you for the lake house. He won't win. I know. She looked up, her eyes wet. I'm not here about that. I'm here to say thank you. That caught me off guard. What? For forcing the truth out. For making him face consequences. For... She wiped her eyes. For doing what I should have done years ago. Tatum. I'm leaving him, she cut in. Not just staying with my sister, actually leaving. I've already talked to a lawyer. My coffee grew cold between my hands. Are you sure? The kids deserve better than a father who gambles away their future. I deserve better than a husband who lies to my face. She gathered her papers. I thought you should know. And I wanted to apologize. For what? For blaming you. When you sold the lake house, I thought you were being cruel. Now I realize you were being kind. In your own way. She stood to leave, and then paused. He's not the man we thought he was, is he? Either of us? I watched her walk away, thinking of the brother I'd grown up with, the one who used to protect me from schoolyard bullies, who taught me to swim in that lake we'd just sold. My phone buzzed. Gareth again. You've taken everything from me. No, I thought, putting the phone away without responding. You gave it all away, piece by piece, bet by bet. I just stopped pretending I couldn't see it happening. Sometimes love means letting someone hit bottom, even if you have to be the one who takes away their safety net. The demolition was scheduled for a Tuesday. I hadn't planned to go, but something pulled me to the lake that morning. I parked across the street, watching the construction crews set up their equipment. A tap on my window made me jump. Gareth stood there, looking worse than I'd ever seen him, unshaven, wearing the same clothes he'd had on at my house over a week ago. I rolled down the window. What are you doing here? Same as you, he said, his voice hoarse, saying goodbye. After a moment's hesitation, I got out of the car. We stood side by side, watching the crews work. Remember when Dad built that treehouse? Gareth asked suddenly, the one that fell down in that storm? You broke your arm trying to save your comic books from it. And you stayed with me in the hospital all night. He kicked at a stone. When did we stop being those people, Quinn? Around the time you started seeing me as an ATM instead of a sister. He flinched. I never... Don't. I turned to face him. Don't lie. Not here. Not now. The first crunch of machinery against wood made us both jump. The demolition had begun. Tatum's leaving me, he said quietly. I know. The kids, his voice cracked. She's filing for full custody. Says I'm unfit. Are you? He didn't answer immediately, watching as the excavator took another bite out of our childhood home. I need help, he finally whispered. Real help, not money. There's a gambling addiction program at the community center, I said. Free counseling, support groups. You've researched this? Of course I have. You're still my brother. A crash drew our attention back to the house. The entire east wall was gone now, exposing the kitchen where Mom used to make Sunday pancakes. I found a job, Gareth said. Nothing fancy. Stocking shelves at the hardware store. It's humbling. Good. That's it? Just good? What do you want me to say, Gareth? That I'm sorry? That I'll fix everything? No. He ran a hand through his unwashed hair. I want you to tell me how to start over when you've burned every bridge you ever had. You build new ones, I said simply. Better ones, stronger ones. The excavator moved to the west wing, our old bedrooms. Memories floated out with the dust. Midnight conversations through the wall, secret candy stashes, shared nightmares and dreams. I've been horrible to you, Gareth said suddenly. All these years, taking and taking. And then I called you. Those names. Said those things. Yes, you did. I don't deserve your forgiveness. No, you don't. He looked at me sharply. But that's not how forgiveness works, I continued. It's not about deserving it. It's about earning it, every day, with every choice you make from now on. A loud crack echoed across the lake as the main support beam gave way. The remaining walls collapsed in a cloud of dust and splinters. I don't know how to be better, Gareth admitted. Yes, you do. You're just scared to try. And if I fail, then you fail, but you do it honestly, without dragging everyone else down with you. The dust began to settle, revealing nothing but rubble where our house had stood. Gareth wiped his eyes roughly. Will you? He cleared his throat. Will you come with me? To the community center? I studied him carefully. To sign up for the program? Yeah. Today, if possible, before I lose my nerve. The construction crew was already clearing debris, preparing the land for its new future. Sometimes, I realized, you had to completely demolish something before you could rebuild it. Okay, I said, but I'm not paying for anything. Not anymore. I know. He managed a weak smile. I brought cash for the registration fee. Earned it honestly, too. As we walked to our cars, he paused. Quinn? I really am sorry. For everything. I know. I looked back at the empty lot. But sorry isn't enough anymore. Show me you mean it. Show Tatum. Show your kids. One day at a time. One choice at a time. He nodded, understanding finally showing in his eyes. As we drove away from the lake, I watched in my rearview mirror as the last pieces of our past were loaded into dumpsters. My phone buzzed, a text from Nicole. Everything okay? No, I typed back. But maybe, someday, it will be. Sometimes the hardest part of helping someone isn't the help itself. It's knowing when to stop helping so they can finally help themselves. The autumn breeze carried the scent of coffee and fresh pastries as I sat at the outdoor cafe, watching people hurry past. Nicole slid into the chair across from me, dropping a thick envelope on the table. The final paperwork from the developer, she said. All done. The condos are officially not your problem anymore. I picked up the envelope but didn't open it. Have you driven by recently? Yesterday. The foundation's already going in. She studied my face. Having regrets? No. Just, I gestured vaguely. Memories. Speaking of memories, Nicole nodded toward the street. Incoming. Gareth approached our table, looking markedly different from the last time I'd seen him. Clean-shaven, pressed shirt, clear eyes. He carried a small gift bag. Mind if I join you? I gestured to the empty chair. He sat, placing the bag in front of me. What's this? Open it. Inside was a small wooden box. I recognized the craftsmanship immediately. He'd made it in the hardware store's woodworking workshop. Open the box, he prompted. Inside was a check, not a large one, but significant. It's my first repayment, he said quietly. From my hardware store salary and the weekend moving jobs I've been taking, it's not much. Gareth, you don't have to. Yes, I do. His voice was firm. 6 months of sobriety chips don't mean anything if I don't make amends. Real ones. Nicole excused herself, giving us privacy. How's the program going? I asked, though I already knew. Carmen kept me updated through her weekly volunteer work at the community center. Hard, good, both. He stirred his coffee. Tatum brought the kids to my meeting last week, first time since everything. That's good. Yeah, we're talking about supervised visits. Maybe dinner once a week. He looked up. I'm not asking her to come back. I need to prove I can be reliable first, to them and to myself. A notification pinged on my phone. A news alert about the lake property development, Gareth noticed. Carmen sent me pictures of the construction. He said, it's strange seeing it change. Everything changes. Not everything. He pulled something from his pocket, a small worn photo. Us as kids, sitting on the lake house dock. Some things just get buried under years of bad choices. Gareth, let me finish. Please. He set the photo down. I've been talking about you in my meetings, about how you enabled me by always being there with money, but also how you saved me by finally saying no. How selling the lake house was the best thing anyone's ever done for me, even though I hated you for it at the time. And now? Now I understand that rock bottom has a purpose. It shows you what's real, what matters. He pushed the photo toward me. I found this while packing up my old office. Thought you might want it. I picked up the photo, remembering that day. Mom had just taught me to fish. Dad had promised Gareth he could drive the boat next summer. Keep it, I said, sliding it back. Put it somewhere you can see it every day. Remember who we were, who we can be again. You think we can? I think we're already starting to. My phone buzzed, a text from Carmen. Gareth's 6-month sobriety celebration tonight. You coming? I showed him the message. You don't have to, he said quickly. I know things are still. What time? He blinked. 7, at the center. I'll be there. He stood, emotion flickering across his face. Quinn, I know. I managed a small smile. Me too. After he left, Nicole returned. You okay? Getting there. I picked up the wooden box, running my fingers over its careful craftsmanship. He made this himself. Small steps. Better than no steps. My phone buzzed again, Tatum this time. Taking the kids to Gareth's celebration tonight. Want to sit together? I looked at the lake house demolition notice still lying on the table. The past was gone, bulldozed into memory. But maybe that's what we all needed. Clear ground to build something new. Want company tonight? Nicole asked. Actually, I said, typing a response to Tatum. I think I need to do this one with family. Because that's the thing about family. Real family. It's not about keeping score or holding grudges. It's about being there when someone's trying to rebuild, even if you're the one who had to tear everything down first. I picked up the wooden box, feeling its weight. Sometimes the heaviest things we carry aren't burdens at all. They're the first steps towards something better.
The letter trembled in my hands as I stood in my kitchen, surrounded by the organized chaos of prep work for tomorrow's wedding reception. Yellowed and creased, it was written in my brother's messy teenage scrawl. "I promise I'll help pay for culinary school when I make it big, sis. You're the best cook ever." I'm Jade, and that promise died 15 years ago, just like most of Brent's promises do. The irony of finding this letter today, of all days, wasn't lost on me. My phone buzzed again, the 8th time in the last hour. I knew it was Brent without looking. Finally, I answered. "Where have you been? I've been calling forever." His voice boomed through the speaker. "Working, Brent. You know, that thing people do to earn money?" I balanced the phone between my ear and shoulder while piping delicate rosettes onto a trial cake. "Perfect timing then. I need you to cater my housewarming party next weekend. Nothing fancy, just your usual spread. Maybe those mini crab cakes everyone loves?" I stopped piping. "Next weekend? Brent, I'm booked solid through the next month." "Come on, Jade. It's family. You can move some things around. This is important. I've got potential investors coming. You know how crucial first impressions are." The rosette I was working on collapsed under excessive pressure from my hands. My business isn't just a hobby I can move around. These are paid contracts. But family comes first, right? Mom always says that. I laughed bitterly. Funny how family only comes first when you need something from me. Don't be dramatic. Remember when I helped you move last year? You mean when you showed up 3 hours late, moved 2 boxes, and left early for a golf game? That's not fair. I had commitments. He paused. "Look, this is really important. I'll pay you, well, cover the ingredients at least. Family discount, right?" My kitchen timer buzzed, saving me from responding immediately. I pulled out a tray of test appetizers I'd been working on for next week's wedding. The same wedding I'd have to reschedule if I agreed to Brent's demands. "How many people?" I heard myself ask, hating that I was even considering it. "Just 50 or 60, maybe 70 tops. Nothing you can't handle." I closed my eyes, calculating the cost, the time, the staff I'd need. "Brent, that's a $3,000 event minimum." "3,000? Jade, come on, you're family. I just bought this house. I'm stretched thin as it is." "So am I. Do you have any idea what my overhead costs are? The staff I need to pay?" "You're being selfish. Mom will be so disappointed." There it was. The guilt card. I glanced at the old letter again, still lying on my counter. Something inside me snapped. "Fine," I said flatly. "Next Saturday, send me the details." "You're the best, sis. I knew I could count on you. Mom was right. You'll never let family down." After hanging up, I stared at my phone until a text from Kent, my boyfriend, lit up the screen. "Still on for dinner?" 20 minutes later, I was sliding into a booth across from Kent at our favorite diner. His smile faded as he saw my face. "Brent again?" I nodded, picking at my napkin. "I just found an old letter where he promised to help pay for culinary school. Remember how that turned out?" "You mean when he bought that luxury car instead?" "The very one. Now he wants me to cater his housewarming party. 60 people. For free." Kent reached across the table, taking my hand. "And you said?" "What I always say, yes." I pulled my hand back, grabbing my phone as it buzzed with Brent's detailed demands. "Jade, I know, but you don't understand the guilt trips, the family pressure. Mom always takes his side. Maybe it's time they learned what it's like without you always saving the day." I looked up from the increasingly demanding text messages. "What do you mean?" "You've got that vacation time saved up. We could go somewhere. Next weekend, maybe?" "Kent, I couldn't possibly." My phone buzzed again. Another message from Brent. "Actually, might be closer to 80 people. No big deal for you though, right? Family first." I stared at the message, then at Kent's concerned face, then back at my phone. The old letter flashed in my mind, along with years of broken promises and taken for granted favors. You know what? I said slowly, a plan forming in my mind. Maybe it's time for a beach vacation. Kent's eyes widened as he caught my meaning. Are you serious? I picked up my phone, pulled up a travel app, and started browsing flights. Family first, right? Maybe it's time I put myself first for a change. You did what? Vada nearly spat out her coffee across my kitchen counter. 3 days had passed since I'd booked the beach vacation, and I'd finally worked up the courage to tell someone. Booked a non-refundable trip to Cancun for next weekend. I continued prepping for today's corporate lunch delivery, trying to sound more confident than I felt. The same weekend as Brent's party? She leaned forward, eyes sparkling. Girl, I've been waiting 15 years for you to stand up to him. I haven't exactly told him yet. I focused on chopping herbs, avoiding her gaze. Or anyone in the family. Oh, this is delicious. Better than these amazing appetizers you're making. She popped another sample into her mouth. So, what's the plan? Before I could answer, my phone rang. Mom's face lit up the screen. Speaking of family, I showed Vada the phone. She made a go-on gesture. Hi, Mom. Jade, honey, I need you to add 10 more people to Brent's party list. Some important clients of his. I put down my knife. Did Brent ask you to call me? Well, yes, but why couldn't he call himself? He said you weren't answering his texts. Don't be difficult, Jade. This is a big opportunity for him. I caught Vada rolling her eyes dramatically. Mom, every opportunity is big for Brent. Remember my restaurant opening last year? The one he skipped for a pickup basketball game? That was different. He had commitments. And I don't? My business isn't just a hobby, Mom. Nobody's saying it is, but family comes first, I finished. Yeah, I know. After hanging up, I gripped the counter until my knuckles turned white. Vada slid over and wrapped an arm around my shoulders. You know what the worst part is? I said. Last month, Brent convinced Dad to invest in some sketchy crypto scheme instead of my catering expansion plan. Didn't even let me make my pitch. Time to rip off the Band-Aid, Vada said. Show them what life's like without their reliable Jade. My phone buzzed with a text from Sophia, my niece. Mom says you're being difficult about Uncle Brent's party, but I get it. He can be a real dick sometimes. I smiled, showing Vada the message. At least someone in the family sees it. Speaking of seeing things, Vada pulled up a real estate website on her phone. Look what I found, your brother's new house listing. I stared at the screen. 1.2 million? He said he was stretched thin. Oh, but family discount, right? Vada mimicked Brent's voice perfectly. Just then, Kent walked in with travel documents in hand. Got our resort confirmation. His smile faded, seeing my expression. Having second thoughts? No, I said firmly, surprising myself. Actually, I'm getting more convinced by the minute. Good, he said, laying out the papers. Because I also booked us sunset sailing and a couple's massage. Vada clapped her hands. Now that's what I call family first. My phone buzzed again. Brent. I hit ignore. You'll have to tell them eventually, Kent said gently. I will, just not yet. I returned to my prep work. Let him sweat a little. Jade Parker, you've got an evil streak. Vada grinned. I love it. The rest of the week passed in a blur of ignored calls and vague responses to family messages. I focused on wrapping up my other catering commitments and preparing my staff for my absence. Friday evening, the night before the party, my dad called. Princess, your mother's worried. Brent says he can't reach you about tomorrow's menu. Dad. I took a deep breath. Remember when I was 12 and Brent promised to come to my dance recital? That was a long time ago. He went to a movie instead, and you all said it was fine because the movie was important to his social life. I paused. When did my things stop being important? Silence on the line. I have to go, Dad. My flight's early tomorrow. Flight? What flight? Give Mom and Brent my love. I hung up, hands shaking. Kent found me sitting on our packed suitcase, staring at my phone. "Having a crisis?" he asked. "No," I said, standing up. "For the first time in forever, I'm having clarity." My phone lit up with a final text from Sophia. "Whatever you are planning, I'm here for it. Give 'em hell, Aunt Jade." I turned to Kent. "You know what? I think it's time to put my phone on airplane mode. For the whole week." "That's my girl," he said, pulling me close. "Ready to put yourself first?" I looked around at our packed bags, the travel documents, and finally at my silent phone. More than ready. Let's see how family first works without the family doormat. The next morning, as our plane took off, I imagined Brent waking up to his perfect party day. He had no idea what was coming, and for once, I didn't feel guilty at all. The morning sun streamed through the airplane window as we reached cruising altitude. Kent squeezed my hand as I stared at my phone one last time before switching it off. "Last chance to back out," he said softly. I showed him my screen. 37 missed calls and counting. No turning back now. The flight attendant stopped at our row. "Mimosa." "God, yes," I said, accepting the glass. "Make it a double." As I sipped my drink, my mind wandered to what must be happening back home. It was 8 a.m. Brent would be waking up to his perfect party day, probably expecting his reliable sister to have everything under control. My phone buzzed one final time before I turned it off. A voicemail from Mom. "Jade, honey, where are you? Brent says he can't reach you about the setup time. Call me back immediately." Kent took my phone gently from my hands and slipped it into airplane mode. Time to relax. 3 hours later, we stepped into the warm Mexican air. Palm trees swayed in the breeze, and the ocean sparkled in the distance. As we waited for our luggage, I spotted a familiar face in the crowd. "Vada?" I gasped. "What are you doing here?" She emerged from behind a column, grinning. "You think I'd miss this? Kent arranged it all." I turned to Kent, who shrugged innocently. "You needed backup. Plus," Vada added, "someone needs to document the nuclear fallout back home. I've got Sophia on reconnaissance duty." My stomach tightened. "What's happening?" Vada pulled out her phone, showing me a text from Sophia. "OMG, Aunt Jade. Uncle Brent just realized there's no food coming. He's turning purple." "It's barely noon," I said. "The party's not for hours." "Oh, honey." Vada scrolled through more messages. "He's been calling catering services all morning. Apparently someone warned them all about taking last-minute bookings today." I raised an eyebrow at Kent, who suddenly became very interested in the luggage carousel. "You didn't—" "I might have made a few calls," he admitted. "Mentioned to some industry friends that accepting a rushed booking today could damage their relationship with your catering company." "Kent!" "What? You're one of the biggest names in the business. People listen when your company makes requests." Our resort shuttle arrived, and as we drove along the coast, Vada's phone kept buzzing with updates. "Sophia says Brent's now trying to convince your mom to cook everything herself." Vada laughed. "Your mom, the woman who burned water." "He's desperate," Kent said. "It's almost time for his precious investors to arrive." I should have felt guilty. Instead, I felt lighter with each mile between me and home. The resort appeared ahead, a paradise of white beaches and swaying palms. As we checked in, Vada's phone chimed again. "Oh, this is good," she said. "Your mom finally tried calling your business line." "And?" "Your voicemail message played. You've reached Jade's Catering. We are currently on a scheduled vacation. For emergencies, please contact our partner services." "Partner services who've all been warned off," Kent finished. The hotel manager handed us our room keys. "Welcome to paradise. Would you like to book any excursions?" "Actually," I said, "how about that sunset sailing trip right now?" "But we just got here," Kent started. "Perfect timing." The manager checked his tablet. "The boat leaves in 30 minutes. As we hurried to our rooms to change, Vada's phone buzzed continuously. "Brent's calling every restaurant in town," she reported. "They're all booked solid. Saturday, remember?" In our room, I slipped into my swimsuit, trying not to think about the chaos unfolding back home. Kent wrapped his arms around me from behind. Having regrets? I turned to face him. You know what? No. For the first time in my life, I'm not dropping everything to fix Brent's problems. Good. He kissed my forehead. Because there's a catamaran with our name on it. As we headed to the dock, Vada showed me one last message from Sophia. Mom's freaking out. Grandma's crying. Uncle Brent just threw his phone across the room. Best day ever. The captain greeted us with fresh margaritas. As we pulled away from the dock, I raised my glass. To family first, I said. To family first, Kent and Vada echoed, clinking their glasses with mine. The shore grew distant behind us, and with it, all the expectations and obligations I'd carried for years. Somewhere back home, my brother was learning a hard lesson about taking people for granted. But here, with the wind in my hair and the sun on my face, I was finally, wonderfully free. You know, Vada said, scrolling through her phone one last time before putting it away. I think this might be the best catering job you've never done. For the first time in days, I laughed without restraint. She was right. This was exactly where I needed to be. Back at Brent's new house, chaos was unfolding. I didn't witness it firsthand, of course, but Sophia's steady stream of text to Vada painted the picture perfectly. As we lounged by the resort pool the next morning, Vada read them aloud like breaking news bulletins. Update from 4 hours ago, Vada announced, adjusting her sunglasses. Uncle Brent's trying to pass off grocery store cheese platters as artisanal selections. Even the Walmart staff looked embarrassed for him. Kent snorted into his piña colada. What time did the party start? 3 p.m., I said, checking my watch. So right about now, Vada's phone buzzed again. Oh my God, listen to this. First guests arriving. Uncle Brent told them the caterer had a family emergency. Everyone's asking if it's you. He's sweating through his designer shirt. Family emergency, I repeated. Well, he's not wrong. Wait, there's more. Vada sat up straight. Grandma's stress cooking in the kitchen. She found a Pinterest recipe for fancy appetizers. The smoke alarm's already gone off twice. Kent ordered another round of drinks. Should we feel bad? Ask me again after I hear about the investors' reactions, I said, but my stomach did a small flip. The next message came minutes later. The investors just arrived. Uncle Brent's trying to explain why there's only Costco cookies and burnt mini quiches. One guy just asked if this was some kind of joke. I closed my eyes, letting the sun warm my face. The guilt was trying to creep in, but I pushed it back. Remember your restaurant opening? Kent said, reading my expression. When Brent promised to bring those restaurant critics he knew? And then ghosted me because his fantasy football team made the playoffs? I nodded. Yeah, I remember. OMG, Vada read. Mom just found Aunt Jade's vacation post on Instagram. Uncle Brent's face went from red to purple to white. Pretty sure he stopped breathing for a second. I sat up. What post? I haven't posted anything. Kent raised his hand slowly. That might have been me. Just a subtle shot of our sunset sail yesterday. Tagged you in it. You're evil, I laughed. I love it. The updates kept coming as we moved from the pool to the beach bar. The investors left after 30 minutes. One of them actually laughed out loud. Dad's stress-eating all the backup chips. Mom's crying in the bathroom. Uncle Brent just announced that the real food is on its way. Pretty sure he's delirious. Then came the video. Sophia had managed to capture Brent's meltdown in the kitchen, his voice carrying clearly through the house. Where the hell is she? She's ruined everything. Everything. Does she know how much I have riding on this? Mom's voice in the background. I'm sure there's been some mistake. Jade would never... Never what? Stand up to precious Brent? That was Sophia, off camera. Maybe she's tired of being taken for granted. Stay out of this, Brent snapped. This is all her fault. She promised. Family comes first. Like when you promised to help with her culinary school? Sophia shot back. Or when you convinced Grandpa not to invest in her business? Silence fell in the kitchen. The video ended. Your niece, Vada said, is my new hero. My phone lay dark and silent on the table, still in airplane mode. Part of me wanted to turn it on, to deal with the fallout. The other part ordered another margarita. They'll get over it, Kent said, reading my mind. Or they won't. Either way, you've made your point. Vada's phone chimed with the final update of the day. Party's over. Most guests left within an hour. Uncle Brent's locked himself in his study. But get this. 3 different people asked me for Aunt Jade's business card. Said anyone who could make Brent this crazy must be worth hiring. I couldn't help but laugh. So I'm getting bookings out of this? Karma, Vada said, raising her glass. Sweet, delicious karma. As the sun set over the ocean, painting the sky in brilliant oranges and pinks, I thought about Brent's perfect party in ruins. The guilt was there, yes, but so was something else. Relief. Pride, even. You know what the funny thing is, I said, watching the waves roll in? He probably still doesn't get it. He's probably sitting there thinking I did this to hurt him, not that this is the consequence of how he's treated me for years. Want to really blow his mind? Vada grinned, holding up her phone. Sophia says she found that old letter, the one about culinary school. She's thinking of showing it to your parents. I considered it for a moment, then shook my head. Let's save that bomb for when we get back. Right now, I just want to enjoy this moment. 2 moments. Kent raised his glass. 2 consequences, Vada added. To finally putting myself first, I finished, clinking my glass with theirs as the last rays of sun disappeared beneath the horizon. 2 days into our vacation, the story exploded online. I was sipping a morning coffee on our balcony when Vada burst into our room, her phone thrust forward like breaking news evidence. You've gone viral, she announced. Sophia posted about the party on TikTok. Kent appeared from the bathroom, toweling his hair. What? I grabbed her phone. The video started with a pan across Brent's empty food tables, set with elegant platters containing sad-looking supermarket snacks. Sophia's voice narrated, When you're a rich, entitled uncle who expects your successful caterer sister to work for free and finds out she's done being the family doormat. Justice for Aunt Jade. Oh God, I groaned. How many views? 2 million and climbing, Vada said. The comments are gold. She wasn't wrong. People were sharing their own stories of entitled siblings, tagging it, Justice for Aunt Jade. Someone had even found my catering company's social media and started leaving 5-star reviews praising my backbone installation services. My phone, which I'd briefly turned on to check work emails, started buzzing with notifications. I quickly switched it back to airplane mode. That's not even the best part, Vada continued scrolling. Remember those investors? Turns out one of them is a major food critic. He posted about the disaster on his blog. She read aloud. In 15 years of reviewing events, I've never seen such a blatant display of entitled nepotism backfiring. Note to future hosts. Professional caterers are professionals for a reason. They deserve respect, compensation, and apparently, beach vacations. Kent whistled. Well, that's going to leave a mark. A knock at our door revealed the hotel manager. Ms. Jade, there's a situation requiring your attention. My heart sank. My family? No, ma'am. Your business Instagram account has gained 50,000 followers overnight. Our social media team thought you should know. Several major magazines are requesting interviews. I sat down hard on the bed. Interviews? Yes, about standing up to toxic family dynamics in business. They're calling you an inspiration. Vada squealed. Girl, you're a movement. The manager handed me a tablet showing my company's social media. The comments section was flooded. Finally, someone showing that family first goes both ways. Booking this queen for my wedding ASAP. Can you cater my divorce party? I'll pay triple. This is insane, I muttered. Another notification popped up. A message from Mom. Despite my better judgment, I opened it. Your father's disappointed. Brent's reputation is ruined. Please come home and fix this. Before I could respond, Sophia sent a new video to Vada. This one showed Brent pacing in his study, yelling into his phone. What do you mean you're pulling out of the deal? It was just a catering issue. No, I can explain. Hello? Hello? The camera panned to show my mother standing in the doorway, finally looking uncertain. Maybe, she said quietly, we should talk about how we've been treating Jade. Not now, Mom, Brent snapped. I'm losing everything because of her little tantrum. Exactly. My mother's voice grew stronger. You're losing everything because you took her for granted. Because we all did. The video ended there. I looked up to find Kent and Vada watching me carefully. You okay? Kent asked. I don't know, I admitted. This wasn't supposed to get so big. But it needed to, Vada said firmly. Look at your mom finally getting it. Sometimes it takes a public wake-up call. My phone buzzed again. Dad this time. Princess, we need to talk. About that letter. About everything. The hotel manager cleared his throat. Should I tell the magazines you're unavailable? I thought about years of swallowed resentment, of canceled plans and broken promises, of being the reliable one, the responsible one, the one who always gave in. Then I thought about my mother's words in that video. No, I said. Tell them I'll do the interviews, but not until next week, when I'm back home. And your family? Kent asked. They can wait too. I'm done dropping everything for emergencies that aren't really emergencies. Vada's phone chimed with one final update from Sophia. Grandma found the letter. She's crying again, but different this time. Thinks she finally sees what's been happening. P.S. Got 3 more bookings for you. You're welcome. I walked to the balcony, looking out at the perfect beach day ahead. Behind me, I could hear Vada reading more viral comments, Kent ordering breakfast, the world shifting in unexpected ways. You know what? I turned back to them. Let's go snorkeling. The family drama will still be there tomorrow. And you'll be ready for it, Kent said. Yeah, I smiled, feeling stronger than I had in years. I really will be. For the first time, I realized this wasn't just about one catering job or one entitled brother. This was about setting boundaries, demanding respect, and finally, putting myself first. And apparently, 2 million people agreed with me. They want to video call, I announced, staring at my mother's text message. We were on our last full day in Mexico, lounging at the private beach cabana I'd splurged on with my suddenly booming catering deposits. Vada lowered her magazine. Are you ready for that? No, I admitted, but I don't think I'll ever be. Kent squeezed my hand. We're right here. I took a deep breath and hit accept on the call. My parents' faces filled the screen, with Brent lurking in the background of what looked like their living room. Jade? Mom started, then stopped, taking in my beachy surroundings. You look relaxed. Amazing what happens when you take a real vacation instead of catering other people's parties. Brent stepped forward. Is this a joke to you? Do you have any idea what you've done? Brent, Dad warned, but I was already sitting up straighter. What I've done? Let's talk about what you've done. Sophia, show them. The camera panned to reveal Sophia sitting quietly in the corner. She pulled out the old letter and began reading. Dear Jade, I promise when I make it big. That's not fair, Brent interrupted. I was a kid. You were 18, I shot back. I was 15, and you knew exactly what you were promising. I couldn't afford. You bought a Porsche instead, and now you have $1 million house but you can't pay your sister's catering rates? Mom's face crumpled. We didn't know about the letter. There's a lot you didn't know, Mom, or chose not to see. That's why we're calling, Dad said quietly. We need to talk, really talk. I glanced at Kent and Vada, who both nodded encouragingly. Okay, I said, let's talk. First, Mom began, We saw the media coverage. Your father and I, we had no idea how much pressure we put on you. While giving Brent a free pass on everything, Sophia added from her corner. Sophia, Brent snapped. No, she's right, Dad cut in. We've been unfair. And reading those comments online, seeing how many people related to your situation, it opened our eyes. My investors pulled out, Brent said flatly. My reputation's ruined. Your reputation? I laughed. My reputation was on the line every time you demanded free catering. One bad event could have tanked my business. Did you ever think about that? Silence fell. Even Brent looked taken aback. The thing is, I continued, surprising myself with how steady my voice was, I'm actually grateful this happened. My business has tripled in bookings. People respect someone who stands up for themselves. We respect you, Mom said softly. We should have said it sooner. Actions, Mom, not words. Dad cleared his throat. That's why I've reconsidered your business expansion proposal. If you're still interested, I'm not, I said firmly. I've had other investors reach out, people who believe in me without needing a viral video to prove my worth. More silence. Brent sat down heavily. So that's it? He asked. You're just done with family? No, I said. I'm done with being taken advantage of by family. There's a difference. We want to make this right, Mom pleaded. Tell us how. I looked at Kent, who gave me an encouraging nod. First, Brent apologizes. Not just for the party, but for years of broken promises and manipulation. Second, we establish boundaries. My business is my business. I'll offer family discounts when I choose to, not when they're demanded. Mom nodded eagerly. Of course, honey. And third, I paused, we start fresh. Equal footing. No more golden child, no more reliable doormat, just family, supporting each other equally. I can't believe you're making demands after what you did to me, Brent started, but Dad cut him off. Enough. Your sister is right, and you know it. Brent's face reddened, but he stayed quiet. So, I said, those are my terms. Take them or leave them. Mom wiped her eyes. We take them, right, Brent? All eyes turned to my brother. He looked around the room, then at the letter still in Sophia's hands, and finally at me on the screen. I'm sorry, he said quietly. I really am, for everything. It's a start, I replied. When do you come home? Dad asked. Tomorrow, but I have interviews scheduled all week. Interviews? Good Morning America wants to talk about toxic family dynamics in small businesses, Vada chimed in cheerfully. She's going to be famous. Brent winced. Mom looked worried. But Dad actually smiled. That's my girl, he said, standing up for herself at last. As the call ended, I fell back against my beach chair, emotionally drained but lighter somehow. Well, Kent said, that went better than expected. Think it'll last? I asked. Vada snorted. With 2 million people watching, it better. I looked out at the ocean, at my last sunset in paradise. Tomorrow I'd head home to face whatever came next. But for the first time in my life, I'd be facing it on my own terms. One more margarita? Kent suggested. Make it a double, I smiled. We're celebrating boundaries. The morning show lights were blinding as I sat across from the host, trying not to fidget with my microphone. My first national TV interview, and my family was watching. So Jade, the host began, your story has resonated with millions. Tell us what made you finally take that stand. Before I could answer, a commotion erupted off stage. My brother's voice carried clearly. I need to speak to my sister. The host's eyes widened. Security moved to intercept Brent, but I held up my hand. It's okay. Let him through. Brent stormed onto the set, his tie askew, looking like he hadn't slept. The cameras swiveled to capture every moment. You can't do this interview, he said. You can't tell everyone our family business. Sir, the host started, but I cut her off. Why not, Brent? Scared people will learn the truth? What truth? That you abandoned your family? That you manipulated me for years? I stood up. That you convinced Dad not to invest in my business by lying about your crypto scheme? The studio fell silent. Even the cameramen seemed to hold their breath. I didn't. Brent's face paled. How did you... Sophia found the emails, I said quietly. The ones where you told Dad my business was failing, that I was too emotional to handle an investment. All while you were pushing your crypto scam. It wasn't a scam, he protested, but his voice cracked. Really? Because Dad lost $60,000. Money that could have helped expand my catering business. Money that could have helped our family actually grow instead of just feeding your ego. The host leaned forward. This is an unexpected turn. Sir, would you like to respond to these allegations? Brent looked at the cameras as if seeing them for the first time. His carefully crafted image was crumbling on national television. I was trying to protect Dad's investment, he stammered. Your business was small, and I had a better plan, I finished. Like all your better plans? Like promising to help with culinary school, then buying a luxury car instead? That was 15 years ago. And you've been making promises and breaking them ever since. The only difference now is that people are finally seeing it. Movement in the wings caught my eye. Mom and Dad had arrived with Sophia beside them. Dad's face was ashen as he held up his phone, presumably showing those damning emails. Is this true? He asked Brent. Did you really say these things about your sister's business? Brent's shoulders sagged. Dad, I can explain. Explain what? Mom stepped forward. How you sabotaged your sister. How you've been playing us against each other for years. The host was practically vibrating with excitement. Ladies and gentlemen, we're witnessing an unprecedented family confrontation live on air. Turn off the cameras, I said suddenly. But, please, this isn't about ratings anymore. To my surprise, they complied. The red lights blinked off, and the studio audience was ushered out. In the sudden quiet, Brent seemed to deflate. I didn't mean for it to go this far. None of us did, Mom said. But here we are. Why? I asked him. Why sabotage me? I would have helped you anyway. I always did. Because, he whispered, you were succeeding on your own. No help, no shortcuts, just hard work and talent, and I couldn't handle it, Sophia finished. Because Aunt Jade made it honestly while you were cutting corners and manipulating people. Dad stepped forward, looking older than I'd ever seen him. I trusted you, son. With my money, with your sister's future. I'll pay it back, Brent said quickly. The crypto market will recover. Stop, I cut him off. Just stop. For once in your life, own what you did. Silence fell again. The studio lights hummed overhead. Finally, Brent spoke, his voice small. I was jealous. Of your success, your independence. Everything came so hard for me, but you made it look easy. Easy? I laughed bitterly. I worked 18-hour days. I built my business client by client while catering your free events. Nothing about it was easy. I know that now, he said. I know a lot of things now. Mom stepped between us. So what happens next? I looked at my family, really looked at them. Mom's hopeful face, Dad's disappointed one, Sophia's proud smile, and Brent's broken facade. Next, I said, we rebuild. But differently this time. With truth, respect, and actual support, not manipulation disguised as family loyalty. And the interview? The host asked from the sidelines. I smiled. I think we just gave you something better than the original story. How about we tell the truth, all of it, about family, forgiveness, and finally facing the real issues? Brent looked up. All of it? All of it, I confirmed. It's time to stop pretending. The cameras rolled again, but this time we told the real story. Not just of one catering disaster, but of a family finally confronting years of hidden truths. The autumn breeze carried the scent of my newest creation, rosemary and fig tartlets, through the open windows of my expanded kitchen. My newly hired sous chef was plating appetizers while I reviewed the final details for tonight's event. The doorbell rang. I knew who it was before opening it. "I brought wine," Brent said, holding up a bottle. Not the expensive show-off kind he used to bring, but a modest local vintage I actually liked. "Come in. I'm just finishing up." He followed me to the kitchen, taking in the new equipment and expanded workspace that Dad's recovered investment had helped fund. "Big event tonight?" he asked, watching the staff work. "Just a small family gathering." I smiled. "About 60 people." "Ah." He fidgeted with the wine bottle. "Listen, I can pay—" "It's on the house," I said, "because I want to, not because you expect it." He nodded, understanding the difference now. My phone buzzed, a text from Sophia. "Got the table set up at Uncle Brent's. The irony of having your housewarming redo at his place is chef's kiss." "Nervous?" I asked him. "Terrified," he admitted. "First time hosting since, you know." "The disaster that launched 1,000 TikToks?" He actually laughed. "Something like that." The kitchen door swung open as Kent arrived with Mom and Dad. "Everything smells amazing, honey," Mom said, then hesitated. "Are you sure you want to cater this? After everything?" "Mom," I handed her a sample tartlet. "I'm not catering. I'm cooking for family. There's a difference." Dad examined the new industrial oven he'd helped finance. "Business looks good." "It is. That interview changed everything. Turns out people respect honesty more than perfect facades." Brent winced slightly. The interview had gone viral, our family's raw confrontation resonating even more than the original story. But it had also opened doors for healing, for change, for real conversations. Speaking of honesty, Brent pulled out an envelope. "I got my first real investor meeting next week. A legitimate business plan this time. Would you look it over?" I took the envelope. "You're asking my opinion? Openly? In front of witnesses?" "I'm trying this new thing called respecting my sister's expertise." "Well," I pretended to consider it, "I do have some experience with successful business launches." "And dealing with difficult family members," Kent added, dodging my playful swat. Vada burst through the door, waving her phone. "You're trending again." "What now?" I groaned. "Someone shared your story in a business leadership forum. You're being called the face of healthy boundaries in family businesses." "Great," I sighed. "More interviews?" "Actually," Dad spoke up, "I was thinking of doing some interviews myself, about learning to treat your children equally, about really listening." Mom squeezed his hand. "We both have a lot to share about that." The kitchen timer chimed. As I pulled out the last batch of appetizers, I caught Brent studying me. "What?" "Just remembering that old letter," he said. "I promised to help with culinary school, but you did it all on your own. Built something amazing." "Not entirely on my own," I corrected, looking around at my family. "I had support when I finally demanded it." "Ready to head to my place?" Brent asked. "I promise the food will actually show up this time." Everyone laughed, the old tension dissolving into something lighter, more genuine. As we loaded the cars, Sophia pulled me aside. "You know what's weird? Everything's better since it all fell apart. Like we needed to break to fix things properly." "Sometimes you do," I agreed. "Speaking of which, how's that culinary school application coming?" She beamed. "Sent it in yesterday. Think I could intern here while studying?" "Nepotism?" I raised an eyebrow. "No," she said firmly. "I want to earn it, like you did." At Brent's house, guests were already arriving, real friends this time, not just business connections. The tables Sophia had set looked beautiful, laden with food made with love rather than obligation. Brent clinked his glass for attention. "Before everyone starts eating, I want to say something." He turned to me. Thank you, sis. Not for the food, though it looks amazing, but for having the courage to break our toxic patterns, for showing me what real success looks like. And real family, Mom added. I looked around at my expanded kitchen staff serving alongside my actual family, at the genuine smiles replacing forced ones, at the boundaries now marked with respect instead of resentment. To new beginnings, I raised my glass. And to family, the kind we choose to be, not the kind we pretend to be. The glasses clinked, the food was shared, and for the first time in forever, every smile in the room was real, including mine. This time, when family came first, it came first for all of us.
The last morning I spent with my husband, he made me coffee exactly the way I liked it, strong enough to paint with, just a whisper of cream. I remember watching his hands as he stirred, those familiar fingers wrapped around the spoon, thinking how lucky I was that this man knew me so completely. "You're staring again, Chloe," Colin said, sliding the mug across our marble kitchen island. His smile had that early morning softness I'd fallen in love with 12 years ago. Just appreciating the view, I wrapped my hands around the warm ceramic, breathing in the rich aroma. Someone has to stroke your ego before you face the board meeting. He leaned across the counter and kissed me, tasting of toothpaste and promise. "I'd rather you stroke something else." Later, I laughed, pushing him away. Some of us have actual work to do. The autumn sunlight streamed through our kitchen windows, painting everything in honey gold. It was the kind of perfect October morning that made me believe in forever. Crisp air, leaves dancing outside, the comfortable rhythm of our shared routine. Colin adjusted his tie in the reflection of the microwave, and I pretended not to notice him checking his phone for the third time in 5 minutes. "Nervous about the presentation?" I asked, though I knew he'd nail it. He always did. "Just want everything perfect." He ran a hand through his dark hair, messing it up in exactly the way that made my heart skip. "Speaking of perfect, dinner tonight? That new place on Madison? The one with the month-long waiting list. I may have pulled some strings." His grin was infectious. 8 o'clock? It's a date. I stood up, smoothing my skirt. "Though I should warn you, Cameron's been talking my ear off about their wine list. I might get carried away." "Get as carried away as you want." He grabbed his briefcase, then paused. "Hey, I love you, you know that." Something in his voice made me look up. For a split second, there was something in his eyes, something heavy, almost sad. But then he smiled, and it was gone so fast, I convinced myself I'd imagined it. "Love you too," I said, watching him head for the door. "Knock 'em dead." Those were the last words I said to my husband before the call came. Before everything I thought I knew about my life shattered like a wine glass hitting concrete. I was in the middle of a budget meeting when my phone lit up. Unknown number. I usually ignored those. But something, intuition, fate, whatever you want to call it, made me excuse myself to answer it. "Mrs. Walsh," a woman's voice, clinical and careful. "This is Mount Sinai Hospital." The world tilted sideways. Hospitals don't call with good news. "There's been an accident, your husband's car." The rest blurred into white noise. Words like impact and pronounced at the scene floated past me like debris in a flood. I remember sliding down the wall, my knees giving out. Remember my assistant Jonah finding me there, phone still pressed to my ear long after the call ended. I didn't cry, not then. Instead, I went numb, operating on autopilot, as I called our lawyer, contacted the funeral home, did all the terrible things you're supposed to do when your world ends. Cameron came over with food I couldn't eat and words I couldn't hear. My sister Bailey left 17 voicemails I couldn't bring myself to return. That night, I sat alone in our bedroom, still in my work clothes, staring at Colin's side of the closet. His suits hung in perfect order: navy, charcoal, black. The green tie he'd worn that morning was tossed over the hamper, like any other day, like he'd be back to put it away properly. I picked it up, the silk smooth against my fingers, pressed it to my face, searching for his scent, and there it was, his cologne, but also something else, something floral, feminine. My hands shook as I examined the tie more closely. There, near the bottom, the faintest smudge of pink lipstick. I never wore pink lipstick. The tie slipped from my fingers as the first crack appeared in my carefully maintained shock. And finally, sitting there surrounded by the evidence of our shared life, I began to cry. Not delicate tears, but ugly, violent sobs that tore through me like shrapnel. I cried for the man I'd lost, for the life I thought we had. But mostly, I cried because some part of me, the part that noticed the phone checks, the late meetings, the subtle shifts in his behavior, had known something was wrong, and I'd chosen not to see it. I didn't know then that the lipstick was just the beginning. Didn't know that in less than 48 hours, I'd discover exactly how deep the betrayal went. But that would come later. That night, I just cried until there was nothing left inside me but hollow space and questions without answers. And somewhere in that emptiness, something else began to take root. Something cold and sharp and hungry for truth. Funerals have a way of making everything feel like a dream. Standing in the church vestibule, I watched people file past in a blur of black clothes and sympathetic murmurs. My dress felt too tight, my shoes too sharp. Everything was wrong, but in ways I couldn't quite name. "You're doing great," Cameron whispered, squeezing my hand. She hadn't left my side since arriving that morning, armed with coffee and emergency mascara. "Just breathe." I nodded, not trusting my voice. The lipstick-stained tie was buried in my dresser drawer, along with all the questions it raised. Today wasn't about questions. Today was about surviving. The church filled quickly. Colin had been well-liked, successful. Partners from his firm occupied the first few rows, their wives clutching tissues with manicured hands. Our neighbors, our friends, even his old college roommate who'd flown in from Seattle, all here to say goodbye to a man I was starting to realize I might never really knew. Still no sign of Bailey. My calls had gone straight to voicemail for 2 days straight. Even our mother, who'd been dead for 5 years, would have been appalled at her absence. "The service is about to start." Jonah appeared at my elbow, radiating quiet competence. "Do you want me to say something about the eulogy?" I shook my head. "I'll do it. I have to." The walk to the podium felt endless. My heels clicked against marble, each step echoing like gunshots in the hushed sanctuary. The sealed casket loomed to my left, draped in white roses. I forced myself not to look at it. Colin was, my voice cracked. I gripped the podium harder, knuckles white. Colin was the kind of man who made everything seem possible. The words tasted like ash in my mouth. Every carefully crafted sentence about his kindness, his generosity, his love, they all felt hollow now. But I pushed through, painting the picture everyone expected. The grieving widow, celebrating a perfect marriage cut tragically short. That's when I saw them. At first, I thought grief was making me hallucinate. They stood in the shadow of the back entrance. My sister Bailey, wearing a black dress I'd never seen before, and beside her, Colin. My Colin, alive, breathing, his arm around my sister's waist. The eulogy died in my throat. The paper slipped from my fingers, floating to the floor like a surrendering flag. Someone gasped, probably Cameron, who had followed my frozen stare to the back of the church. The congregation turned as one. The silence shattered into shocked whispers and muffled exclamations. Through it all, I stood paralyzed, watching my dead husband and my baby sister stare back at me with matching expressions of horror. "I can explain." Colin's voice carried across the sanctuary. He took a step forward, hands raised, like he was approaching a wild animal. Maybe he was. Something inside me snapped. A laugh bubbled up, high, hysterical, entirely inappropriate for a funeral. "Explain?" The word came out sharp enough to cut. "Explain what, exactly?" "How you're not actually dead. How you're standing here with my sister while I eulogize an empty casket." Bailey stepped forward then, her face tear-streaked. "Chloe, please, don't." The ice in my voice stopped her cold. "Don't you dare speak to me." The church had erupted into chaos. People standing, phones recording, voices rising in confusion and outrage. Through it all, I remained at the podium, watching my life implode with strange detachment. Jonah appeared at my side, solid as a mountain. Cars waiting at the side entrance, he murmured. Cameron's already there. I nodded once, straightening my spine. With deliberate calm, I gathered my fallen eulogy pages, smoothed my dress, turned to face the congregation. Thank you all for coming, I said, my voice carrying over the din. Unfortunately, it seems the funeral has been cancelled due to the unexpected resurrection of the deceased. Then I walked out, head high, ignoring Colin's calls and Bailey's sobs. Each step felt like walking through concrete, but I didn't break stride until I was in the car. Cameron's arms around me, Jonah directing the driver to go. I'll kill him, Cameron seethed. I'll actually kill him. No, I said, watching the church recede through the tinted windows. My hands had stopped shaking. The numbness was back, but different now. Not the fog of grief, but the clarity of purpose. Death would be too easy. I thought of the lipstick on the tie, the missed calls, the perfect coffee and careful goodbye, all the pieces clicking into place like a poison puzzle. Chloe? Jonah's voice was careful. What do you want to do? I turned from the window, meeting his concerned gaze. I want to destroy them, I said simply. Both of them. And I want them to feel every second of it. The car turned onto the highway, carrying me away from the funeral that wasn't. Behind us, my old life lay in ruins. Ahead, something new was taking shape. Something made of rage and betrayal, and the kind of cold fury that could reshape worlds. They thought they'd broken me. They were about to learn how wrong they were. 3 days after my husband crashed his own funeral, I sat in my home office, surrounded by papers that proved our entire marriage had been built on lies. Bank statements, property records, email printouts, each one a fresh betrayal laid bare in black and white. Look at this, Cameron said, pointing to a transaction record. Regular transfers to an account in the Caymans, starting 2 years ago, right around the time Bailey got her dream job at that consulting firm. My voice was steady, even as my fingers crumpled the paper's edge. Funny how my little sister suddenly became so successful. Cameron hesitated. There's something else. She slid another document across my desk. The beach house in Martha's Vineyard. It's not in Colin's name anymore. He transferred ownership to Bailey 3 months ago. The beach house, where we'd spent our honeymoon, where I'd told him I loved him for the first time. My throat burned with acid. They're probably there now, I said, standing abruptly. The thought of them together in our special place made me physically ill, hiding out while they figure out their next move. Chloe, Cameron's voice held a warning. Don't do anything rash. Rash? I laughed, the sound brittle. I'm done being rash. I'm done being the reactive one. I picked up my phone, dialing a familiar number. Jonah, remember that contingency plan we discussed? It's time. Within an hour, I was in my corporate office, signing documents that would freeze Colin out of every joint venture, every shared investment, every project he'd built his reputation on. My signature, flowing across page after page, felt like drawing blood. The board meeting's in 10 minutes, Jonah reported, collecting the papers. Are you sure about this? Once we announce the restructuring. I've never been more sure of anything. I stood, smoothing my dress. Colin thought he was so clever, keeping his affair hidden. He forgot one thing. This company was mine before I ever met him. And I've spent 12 years making sure I had contingencies for every possible scenario, including betrayal, though I'd prayed I'd never need them. The boardroom fell silent as I entered. These men had known me for years, but always as Colin's wife first, CEO second. Today, they'd learned the difference. Gentlemen, I took my place at the head of the table. I'm afraid I have some disturbing news about attempts to defraud this company. By the time I finished presenting the evidence, carefully edited to protect the company while exposing Colin's financial manipulations, faces around the table had turned from skeptical to thunderous. The vote to remove him from all positions and freeze his assets was unanimous. I was signing the final resolution when my phone buzzed. Bailey's name lit up the screen. After 3 days of silence, now she wanted to talk. I excused myself to my office, heart pounding, answered on the last ring. "Chloe, please." Her voice was raw, desperate. "You have to let me explain." "Explain what? How long you've been sleeping with my husband? How much of my money you took?" "It's not like that." She was crying now. "You don't understand. Colin said he'd help me with my debts. Said he'd make sure I never had to struggle like we did growing up. He promised me forever." I cut in. "Looks like neither of us should have believed him." "Please," she was begging now. "I know I messed up, but you're my sister. We're family." The word hit me like a slap. "Family." My voice dropped to a whisper. "Family doesn't do what you did." The sister I loved. She died the moment she walked into that church with my husband. "What are you going to do?" I thought of the beach house, of 12 years of memories tainted by lies, of the little girl who used to crawl into my bed during thunderstorms, seeking comfort from her big sister. "I'm going to take everything," I said quietly. "The house, the money, the reputation you built with my resources. And when I'm done, you'll both remember what it feels like to have nothing." "Chloe." I hung up, hands shaking. Pressed my forehead against the cool glass of my office window, watching the city sprawl below. Somewhere out there, my husband and sister were planning their next move, thinking they still held cards I didn't know about. My phone buzzed again. A text from Jonah. Found something interesting in Colin's old emails. Meeting mentioned between him and someone named Kayla from your support group, dated 6 months ago. I stared at the message, pieces clicking into place. Kayla, the quiet one who'd joined our grief support group last year, who'd listened so sympathetically to my stories about losing our mother, who'd asked so many questions about my life, my marriage, my company. Well, wasn't that interesting? I picked up my phone again. Time to arrange a coffee date with an old friend. Kayla was exactly where I expected to find her, at our support group's regular coffee shop, tucked into the corner table she always claimed. Her hands fidgeted with her cup sleeve as I approached, shredding the cardboard into tiny pieces. "Chloe," her surprise seemed genuine. "Almost. I saw the news. Are you okay?" I slid into the seat across from her, studying her face. 6 months ago, I'd held this woman while she cried about her dead husband. Now I wondered if those tears had been as fake as mine would become. "Actually," I said, keeping my voice gentle, "I was hoping you could tell me about your meeting with Colin last spring." The coffee sleeve stopped moving. Her fingers went still. "I don't know what you're talking about." "No?" I pulled out my phone, pulled up the email Jonah had found. "Because Colin's calendar shows a 2-hour lunch with you at Le Bernardin. Interesting choice for a grief support meeting." Color drained from her face. "It's not, I can explain." "Please do." I leaned back, crossing my legs. "Explain how my husband hired you to infiltrate my support group. To what? Spy on me? Learn my weaknesses?" "He said he was worried about you." The words burst out of her. "Said you were hiding things, that you weren't processing your mother's death properly. He just wanted to help." I laughed, the sound sharp enough to make nearby customers turn. "Help? By having a stranger monitor my emotional state? By using my grief as a weapon?" "I didn't know about your sister," she whispered. "I swear." When I saw the news, "Save it." I stood, smoothing my skirt. "You should know, I've forwarded evidence of your involvement to the support group's ethics board. I expect they'll be quite interested in how you exploited vulnerable members for profit." Her face crumpled. "Please don't. This job is all I have. Should have thought of that before you sold my trust for a paycheck." I left her crying into her coffee, my heels clicking against the floor like hammer strikes. Outside, Cameron was waiting in the car. "Well?" she asked as I slid in. Colin had her watching me for months, reporting back on everything I said in group. My hands clenched in my lap. He was gathering intelligence, building a profile of my vulnerabilities. That manipulative bastard. Cameron's knuckles went white on the steering wheel. What's our next move? Before I could answer, my phone rang. Unknown number. Mrs. Walsh, a man's voice, official sounding. This is Detective Morris from the Fraud Division. We've received some concerning reports about your company's recent activities. My blood went cold. What kind of reports? Allegations of insider trading, market manipulation. Several board members have come forward with documentation. Of course, Colin's contingency plan. Turn my own board against me. Make me look unstable, vengeful, criminal. I see, I said carefully. And these board members, would they happen to include James Porter and Richard Klein? I'm not at liberty to. The same board members who were involved in Colin's offshore account scheme. The one I have documented evidence of. Silence on the line. Then, perhaps we should meet to discuss this in person. My lawyer will be in touch. I hung up, heart racing. Cameron, I need you to call Jonah. Tell him to implement Protocol B immediately. She nodded, already dialing. What about the beach house? The surveillance team reported movement there this morning. I closed my eyes, remembering Bailey's desperate call, the sister I'd practically raised, plotting against me in the house where I'd once felt safest. Leave it for now, I said finally. They'll expect me to go after the house first. Let them think they have a safe harbor while we dismantle everything else. My phone buzzed with a text. Jonah, board members backing down, found leverage, but there's something else. Bailey accessed her old company email. Message to Colin mentions insurance. Something about files from your mother's estate. The car suddenly felt too small. Our mother's estate, the source of my initial capital, the foundation of everything I'd built. What could Bailey have found? Take me home, I told Cameron. I need to check something. An hour later, I stood in my home office, staring at an empty safe hidden behind my mother's portrait. The contents, documents I'd thought long buried, were gone. My sister's voice echoed in my head. You don't understand. Maybe she was right. Maybe I didn't understand everything yet, but I would. I picked up my phone, dialing Jonah's number. Remember that offshore account we traced to the Caymans? I need everything you can find about transactions from 15 years ago, around the time my mother died. That far back, what are we looking for? I touched the empty safe, feeling the cold metal under my fingers. The truth about how our family really fell apart. The files from my mother's estate weren't the only things missing. As I moved through the house that night, I noticed other absences, small things at first. The antique locket my mother left me, the folder of childhood photos I kept in my desk, even my old diary from high school. Bailey hadn't just taken evidence, she'd taken memories. Found something, Jonah said, his voice tight through the speakerphone. 3 days before your mother's death, she transferred nearly $2 million to an account in Bailey's name. The next day, she changed her will. I gripped the edge of my desk. Changed it how? Originally, everything was split equally between you and Bailey. The new version left you controlling interest in the company. But, he paused, there was a condition. If certain documents ever became public, control would revert to Bailey. What documents? Still working on that. But Chloe, there's more. That money your mother transferred, it bounced back 2 weeks later from Colin's personal account. The room tilted sideways. Colin had known my sister since she was 16. Had he been playing this game even then? My phone buzzed, Cameron calling. Turn on channel 7, she said without preamble. Now, I fumbled for the remote. The news anchor's voice filled my office. Shocking allegations about Walsh Industries CEO, Chloe Walsh. Documents released today suggest a pattern of corporate espionage and financial manipulation dating back to her mother's death. Her sister, Bailey Walsh, released a statement. The screen cut to Bailey, looking perfectly poised in a designer suit. My suit, I realized with a jolt. One I'd bought her last Christmas. I never wanted this to become public, she said, eyes wide with practiced concern. But after seeing what Chloe's done, the people she's hurt, I can't stay silent. Our mother trusted her with everything, and look how she's abused that trust. The remote cracked in my hand. That manipulative little. There's more. Cameron cut in. She's called an emergency board meeting for tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Of course she had. Strike while the scandal was fresh, while the board was scared. Classic Colin's strategy, which meant he was the one pulling the strings. My other line beeped. Unknown number. Don't, Cameron warned, but I was already answering. Hello, darling. Colin's voice, smooth as poison. Caught the news. Enjoying your puppet show. He chuckled. Always so quick to anger. That's your problem, Chloe. You let emotion cloud your judgment, just like your mother did. Don't you dare talk about my mother. Why not? I knew her better than you think, better than you ever did. His tone shifted, became almost gentle. It's not too late to stop this. Sign over control of the company, and all those old secrets stay buried. Everyone wins. Everyone except me. You'll keep your reputation, your dignity. Isn't that worth something? I thought of Bailey wearing my clothes, sitting in my boardroom, trying to take my life piece by piece. Go to hell. Have it your way, he sighed. But before you make any moves tomorrow, you might want to check your private server, the one with all those contingency plans you're so proud of. Interesting reading. The line went dead. My hands shook as I pulled up my secure login. No, I whispered. No, no, no. The server was empty. Every file, every backup, every carefully constructed safeguard, gone. Chloe? Cameron's voice seemed far away. What is it? They have everything. My voice sounded strange to my own ears. Every plan, every strategy. They're not just trying to take the company, they're trying to erase me. The silence stretched. Then Cameron said quietly, maybe it's time to call Kayla. What? Why would I? Because she wasn't just spying for Colin. Think about it. She had access to your real emotions, your unguarded moments. If anyone knows what they're planning. I closed my eyes, remembered Kayla's shredded coffee sleeve, her desperate plea. This job is all I have. Make the call, I told Cameron. But first, I need you to drive me somewhere. An hour later, I stood in front of my childhood home, empty now, waiting for renovation. The key was still hidden under the loose brick by the garden, just like when we were kids. Inside, everything was sheets and shadows. But there, in the back of my mother's closet, behind the loose panel where she'd hidden birthday presents, a metal box I hadn't seen in 15 years. My hands trembled as I opened it. Inside, a letter, addressed to me in my mother's handwriting. And beneath it, a USB drive labeled simply, The Truth. Oh, Mom, I whispered. What were you trying to tell me? The truth about our family's fall was in my hands. But was I ready to learn it? The USB drive sat on my desk like a live grenade, while Kayla perched nervously in the visitor's chair. Her eyes kept darting between me and the door, like she couldn't decide which was more dangerous. Talk, I said. Everything you know about their plan. She twisted her hands in her lap. Colin. He said your mother's death wasn't what everyone thought. That there were documents proving you'd manipulated things to get control of the company. That's a lie. Is it? Her voice strengthened slightly, because he showed me bank records, phone logs, evidence that you were meeting with board members weeks before she died. My throat went dry. I was 20. Of course I was meeting with board members. Mom was grooming me to take over eventually. Eventually, Kayla echoed. But not that soon. Not unless something happened to her. The implication hit me like a physical blow. You think that I had something to do with? Colin said the truth would destroy you. That's why he needed someone close. Someone who could watch for signs you were cracking under the guilt. I laughed, the sound brittle. And Bailey, was she part of this twisted theory? Bailey found something in your mother's papers, something that made her believe. My phone buzzed. Jonah. The board meeting's starting. Bailey and Colin just arrived. I checked the time. 8:45. 15 minutes until they tried to take everything. Show me, I told Kayla. Show me exactly what Colin showed you. She pulled out her phone, fingers trembling as she pulled up emails. There they were, documents showing meetings, transfers, conversations I barely remembered from 15 years ago. All carefully arranged to paint a damning picture. The perfect daughter, Kayla said softly, who couldn't wait to inherit. I stared at the evidence against me, feeling sick. Then I saw it. A tiny detail in one of the bank statements. A routing number I recognized. Call Cameron, I told Kayla. Tell her to meet us at the office, now. The drive downtown was a blur. My mind raced, pieces falling into place. That routing number, I'd seen it before, in Colin's Cayman accounts. We reached the office building, with 5 minutes to spare. Cameron was waiting in the lobby, holding a manila envelope. Got what you asked for, she said. But Chloe, are you sure about this? I wasn't sure about anything anymore, except that I needed answers. The boardroom fell silent as I walked in. Bailey sat in my usual chair, wearing another outfit from my closet. Colin stood behind her, hand on her shoulder, the perfect united front. Chloe, Bailey said, all false sympathy. This is a closed meeting. You're not authorized to… Funny thing about authorization, I cut in, moving to the head of the table. It depends on who's really in charge, doesn't it, Colin? He stiffened slightly. What are you talking about? I pulled out my mother's USB drive. 15 years ago, someone started building a shadow network inside this company. Secret accounts, hidden transfers, all traced back to one source. I met his eyes. You've been playing this game since before Mom died, haven't you? That's ridiculous, Bailey snapped. He didn't even work here then. No, but his father did. The room went very still. Colin's face had turned to stone. Robert Walsh, I continued. Board member, trusted advisor, and the man who helped set up our offshore accounts. The same accounts you're using now. You can't prove any of this, Colin said, but there was a tremor in his voice. I plugged in the USB drive. Documents filled the screen. Correspondence between my mother and Robert Walsh. Plans to expose his embezzlement scheme. Her final letter to me, explaining everything. Mom knew, I said softly. She was going to turn your father in. That's why she changed her will, isn't it? Insurance against what she knew was coming. Bailey had gone pale. Colin? What is she talking about? She's lying, he snarled. Just like she lied about… About what? My meetings with the board? The ones your father arranged to keep me distracted while he cleaned out the accounts? I turned to Bailey. He didn't tell you that part, did he? How his family has been stealing from ours for decades. Enough. Colin slammed his hand on the table. This is all very entertaining, but we have a vote to… No vote today. Cameron stepped forward, dropping her envelope on the table. Federal investigators are on their way up. Seems they're very interested in those Cayman accounts, especially the ones linked to Robert Walsh's old employee ID. Colin moved faster than I expected, lunging for the door. Security caught him before he made it halfway. Bailey, I said quietly, it's not too late to choose the right side. She looked between us, tears streaming down her face. Then she stood, walked to Colin, and slapped him hard across the face. I trusted you, she whispered. As federal agents filled the room, I watched my sister crumple into Cameron's arms. The truth had come out, but the cost was higher than I'd imagined. And something told me we weren't finished paying it yet. The interrogation room smelled like stale coffee and desperation. Colin sat across the table, his designer suit wrinkled, his perfect mask finally cracking. I'd waited 3 hours to face him, watching through one-way glass, as federal agents picked apart his lies. 10 minutes, the agent said, closing the door behind me. Colin's smile was ghost-thin. Come to gloat? No. I sat down, folding my hands on the table. I came to understand. Understand what? How I played you. His laugh was hollow. It wasn't hard. You were so desperate to be loved, to have the perfect family, just like your mother. Was that why you chose me? Because I reminded you of her? Something flickered in his eyes. I chose you because you were convenient, young, naive, sitting on a fortune you didn't deserve. Like the fortune your father stole? I leaned forward. The money he embezzled while pretending to be Mom's friend. My father was brilliant, Colin snarled. He built this company as much as yours did. But your precious mother couldn't see that. She was going to ruin everything. So you finished what he started. Married me to get inside. Used Bailey to… Bailey, he sneered. So easy to manipulate. All those daddy issues. That desperate need for approval. One kind word, and she was putty in my hands. The door burst open. Bailey stood there, trembling. Cameron, right behind her. You son of a bitch, my sister whispered. Colin's face went slack. Baby, I didn't mean… Don't. Bailey's voice cracked. I heard everything. The agents let me listen. She turned to me, tears streaming. Chloe, I'm so sorry. I thought, he made me believe you were the villain. Divide and conquer, I said softly, just like his father taught him. You think you've won. Colin's composure shattered completely. You have no idea what's coming. Your mother's death wasn't an accident, and neither was your father's. You think my dad worked alone? The people behind this. The door opened again. Jonah entered, followed by a distinguished older man I'd never seen before. That's enough, son, the man said. Colin went white. Dad, Robert Walsh, looked every bit his 70 years as he approached the table. It's over. I've given them everything. Names, accounts, evidence going back 30 years. You can't, Colin whispered. They'll kill us. No one's killing anyone, Robert said. I made a deal. Full immunity in exchange for testimony against the entire network. I stared at the man who'd helped destroy my family. Why now? He met my eyes, and I saw genuine grief there. Because your mother was right about everything. And watching my son destroy another generation. I couldn't live with it anymore. Colin lunged across the table, hands reaching for his father's throat. Agents swarmed in, restraining him, as he screamed accusations of betrayal. Through it all, I stood perfectly still, watching the scene like it was happening to someone else, until I felt Bailey's hand slip into mine. What do we do now? She whispered. I squeezed her hand, remembering all the times I'd protected her when we were young. We rebuild. Together. After everything I did. You were a pawn, I said. We both were. But we're not pieces anymore. We're the players. As they led Colin away, still shouting, I turned to Robert. The complete truth about everything, including my parents. He nodded heavily. You deserve that much. But Chloe, some truths are harder than others. I can handle it. Can you? He pulled out an envelope, handed it to me. Your mother wrote this the night she died. She knew what was coming, but she thought she had more time to prepare you, to finish what she started. My hands shook as I opened it. Mom's familiar handwriting filled the page. My dearest Chloe, if you're reading this, I failed to protect you from what's coming, but I didn't fail to prepare you. Everything I've done, the lessons, the training, the seemingly endless preparation, was for this moment. They think they've won, but they don't understand what you're capable of. What we built isn't just a company, it's a weapon. Use it wisely. Use it for justice. All my love, Mom. I looked up at the room full of broken men and mended relationships, feeling the weight of legacy settle onto my shoulders. Jonah, I said quietly, call the board. It's time to finish what my mother started. Bailey squeezed my hand again. Whatever you need, I'm here. Cameron nodded firmly. We all are. The truth had nearly destroyed us. Now it would set us free. But first, we had work to do. The beach house looked exactly as I remembered. Weathered gray shingles, white trim, endless ocean beyond. But this time, I wasn't here to hide memories. I was here to make new ones. Ready? Bailey asked, carrying a box of files up the front steps. I nodded, unlocking the door. The foyer still smelled of sea salt and old wood, but the rest of the house had been transformed. Gone were Colin's pretentious art pieces and designer furniture. In their place, corkboards covered in documents, computers humming with data, the command center of our investigation. Cameron looked up from her laptop. Robert's testimony just implicated 3 more board members. The FBI's moving on them now. Good, I spread Mom's letter on the kitchen island, my touchstone these past weeks. What about the offshore accounts? Frozen, Jonah reported. Every penny they stole is being traced. But Chloe, he hesitated. There's something else. Something about your father's death. My heart stuttered. What about it? He pulled up an email chain. Robert confessed that your father discovered the embezzlement first. He was gathering evidence, planning to expose everything. The car accident that killed him wasn't an accident, I finished. The words tasted like ash. Bailey's hand found mine. There's more. Mom knew. That's why she started training you so young. Why she was so insistent about you learning every aspect of the business. She was preparing me for war, I whispered. And I never even knew we were fighting. The doorbell rang. Unexpected, since only our small team knew we were here. Cameron checked the security camera and went pale. It's Kayla, and she's not alone. On the screen, Kayla stood on our porch beside an elderly woman I'd never seen before. But something about her face. That's impossible, Bailey breathed. But it wasn't. When I opened the door, I found myself staring into eyes exactly like my mother's. Hello, Chloe, the woman said softly. I'm your Aunt Margaret, your mother's twin. The aunt we'd been told died before we were born. The aunt whose existence had been erased from every family record. I know this is a shock, Kayla said quickly. But after everything happened with Colin, I started digging. Found her living under an assumed name in Seattle. Why? I managed. Why did Mom hide you? Margaret's smile was sad. To protect me, and you. I was the company's original CFO, before your mother. I discovered the corruption first, tried to fight it. They tried to kill me, just like they later killed your father. Your mother helped me disappear, then took my place fighting them. And now, Bailey asked, now I have 30 years of evidence against every person involved in this conspiracy. Names, dates, transactions, everything your mother and I collected. Together with Robert's testimony, we can end this, I finished. All of it. The next hours were a blur of revelations. Margaret's evidence filled in every gap, connected every dot. The corruption went deeper than we'd imagined, but so did the groundwork our mother had laid to fight it. Near dawn, I found myself on the beach, watching the sun rise over the Atlantic. Bailey joined me, 2 cups of coffee in hand. Remember when we used to sneak out here as kids? She asked. Watch the sunrise and pretend we were pirates? Planning imaginary adventures. I smiled. Mom used to catch us every time. She was teaching us even then how to be brave, how to fight for what matters. Bailey turned to me. I'm so sorry I forgot those lessons. We both did, but we remember now. Behind us, the beach house hummed with purpose. Inside, our team was preparing to release everything. All the evidence, all the truth, all the justice our parents died protecting. What happens after? Bailey asked. When this is all over? I thought of Mom's letter, of the weapon she'd built disguised as a company, of the strength she'd planted in me, disguised as business lessons. We keep fighting, I said, not for revenge anymore, for something bigger. The sunrise painted the waves gold, like possibility made liquid. In that light, I could almost see Mom watching us, not the grieving daughter and the manipulated sister, but the warriors she'd raised us to be. Together, Bailey asked. I took her hand, feeling the weight of legacy transform into purpose. Together, I promised. We have a lot of work to do. The sun cleared the horizon, burning away the last shadows of our old life. Ahead lay truth, justice, and the real adventure our mother had prepared us for all along. This time, we were ready.